Build a culture around building the best relationships possible, building joy and trust, one interaction at a time. So whether you need trusted advice, help with material selection, project planning, or loading your vehicle, we go the extra mile to remove as much of the hassle as we can. If there's anything we can do to serve you better, contact me personally, Mike Dunn at dunlumber.com.
Dunn Lumber, building success together.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
And the Ad Council.
A dramatic rescue in Harrison County, Tennessee is inspiring people nationwide after video of the moment spread across social media. According to sunnyskies.com, the hero in the story is 22-year-old Troy Plemons, who says timing and faith placed him exactly where he needed to be. Plemons had been between job sites and stopped by his shop to grab some supplies. His new route took him to the split of I-24 and I-75 right as a woman's vehicle was filling with flood water and beginning to sink. At first, Plemons and others tried to use a rope to reach her, but when it became clear that wouldn't work, instinct took over and he jumped in to get her out. He smashed 2 windows of the car before pulling the woman to safety just minutes before the vehicle went under completely. The woman was able to dry off inside Plemons' work truck while he and others continued helping more stranded drivers. Plemons later said, "I think God put me there." That'll do it for this hour. For Nicole Murray and Gordon Deal, I'm Mike Gavin. Thanks for listening to This Morning, America's First News.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-783-8055. That's 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit Optima Tax.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio. KIRO FM and HD1. Tacoma, Seattle. Northwest News.
Parole denied for Eric Menendez.
It's unlikely that Lyle Menendez will be granted parole.
Starvation in Gaza.
This is the first time that a famine is confirmed in the Middle East.
Hurricane spoils more beach days.
High surf and rip currents risk all the way through tomorrow.
Good morning. I'm Steve Kathan. With the CBS World News Roundup, one of the two Menendez brothers has been denied parole in California. The other goes up for a hearing today, nearly 36 years to the day they shot and killed their parents. Here's CBS's Carter Evans.
After a nearly 10-hour hearing, 54-year-old Eric Menendez, who appeared virtually from state prison in San Diego, was denied parole. He's now one step further from freedom since his conviction more than 30 years ago. Eric and his older brother Lyle admitted to brutally shooting and killing their parents in their Beverly Hills home in 1989. Outlining the decision, Commissioner Robert Barton explained that the seriousness of the crime was not the main reason for the denial. It was about his behavior in prison, citing more than a dozen violations, including illegally using cell phones, drug smuggling, and engaging in tax fraud.
The bad behavior, all of that indicated that Eric Menendez could still pose a risk to society.
Eric's extended family says the outcome is not what they hoped for.
Overseas, the United Nations officially declared a famine in Gaza today, saying 500,000 people are affected.
The famine declared today is the direct result of actions taken by the Israeli government. It has unlawfully restricted the entry and distribution of humanitarian assistance and other goods necessary for the survival of the civilian population.
Israel has denied there's a famine, and the country's defense minister warned that Gaza City would be destroyed unless Hamas yields to Israel's demands. California Governor Gavin Newsom signed a bill yesterday which could give Democrats an edge in state congressional races. He says it's to balance a similar move by Republicans in Texas. CBS's Ed O'Keefe.
California Democrats moved quickly Thursday to start redrawing the Golden State's congressional map. The move sets up a special election in November.
They fired the first shot, Texas.
It's in response to a Texas redistricting plan that's poised to shift several Lone Star State districts away from Democrats in favor of Republicans, starting with next year's elections. The GOP hopes to win 5 more of the state's 38 House seats, fulfilling a request by President Trump. Texas Republican Governor Greg Abbott defends the changes, saying he's doing what Democratic-controlled states have already done.
These blue states had already gerrymandered their states so dramatically, there's really hardly any Republicans they can squeeze out of congressional districts.
Final passage of the new map seems inevitable, given the GOP's total control of Texas state government. But it was delayed by Democratic lawmakers who left the state in protest.
We're going to still continue to fight. We're going to take this to the courts.
And in doing so, they convinced California Democrats to act.
We're neutralizing what occurred, and we're giving the American people a fair chance.
A federal judge has stopped, for now, any further expansion of Florida's Alligator Alcatraz detention facility. Some groups argue it violates environmental laws and threatens sensitive wetlands. There's still dangerous surf along the northeast from Hurricane Aaron. CBS's Rob Marciano is in Virginia Beach.
The winds have lightened here, but on the Jersey Shore, they're gusting over 40 miles an hour, still gusting over 40 miles an hour in places like Nantucket, even as the center of Hurricane Aaron is nearly 600 miles from where I stand, and this dangerous surf is going to linger on the East Coast for days.
Correspondent Michael Wallace reports the House Oversight Committee expects to get its first batch of Jeffrey Epstein documents today.
The Justice Department will deliver hundreds of pages from its investigation into the convicted sex offender and his longtime associate, Ghislaine Maxwell. Committee Chairman James Comer says the panel will release at least some of the files to the public. It's a delicate balancing act for the committee as it tries to answer calls for more transparency, but risks finding possible links between Epstein and President Trump.
4 minutes after the hour.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Don't you wish your life came with a warning app?
Stop. That dog does not want to be petted.
Just a little heads up before something bad happens.
Move your coffee cup away from your computer.
Oh, no. So you can have more control.
Stop. You're texting your boss by mistake.
Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. With early diagnosis and a few healthy changes like managing your weight, getting active, stopping smoking, and eating healthier, you can stop prediabetes before it leads to type 2 diabetes. It's easy to learn your risk. Take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org.
Warning, the cap is loose on that catch-up.
Don't wait. You have the power to change the outcome. Visit doihaveprediabetes.org today. That's doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its prediabetes awareness partners.
Since he took office, President Trump has been demanding Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell cut interest rates. Fed policymakers have held them steady for months amid concern about inflation and the Trump tariffs. Today, Powell gives a key speech at a Fed symposium in Jackson Hole, Wyoming, that could indicate what's ahead. CBS Money Watch's Amy Peakey.
Economists think that he's probably going to be pretty guarded about giving any hints about what to expect from the Fed next month, but he will likely assess, give some kind of feedback about where he thinks the economy is.
False reports of an active shooter led to panic and a lockdown at Villanova University, what the school president called a cruel hoax and what many students said was terrifying. They were just arriving for the fall semester.
We were hearing reports of there might be victims, and somebody said that somebody in the second floor room could have been a victim as well. We were all on the second floor, and that's where our hearts really started pumping.
A similar incident caused a lockdown at the University of Tennessee at Chattanooga hours earlier. The Supreme Court has paved the way for President Trump to cut hundreds of millions of dollars in research funding at the National Institutes of Health.
In a 5-4 ruling, the nation's highest court lifted a lower court order that blocked more than $780 million in research grants that were linked to diversity programs. While other aspects of the case are still ongoing, this latest ruling is another win for President Trump, who has sought to end diversity, equity, and inclusion, especially when it comes to education. The plaintiffs argued the cuts would cause serious harm to public health. Supreme Court Chief Justice John Roberts dissented, along with the court's 3 liberal justices. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, Washington.
The coroner in Pueblo County, Colorado, is being accused of hiding at least 20 decomposing bodies in his funeral home. Some have been there for up to 15 years. Armando Saldante is with the State Bureau of Investigation.
Our top priorities are to respectfully and humanely process the scene, identify all the deceased, and notify their families and loved ones.
Also in Colorado, authorities say an apparent accident involving exposure to gas at a dairy killed 6 people. The victims were found in a confined space at the dairy about 35 miles northeast of Denver. Time on the roundup, 8 past the hour.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-783-8055. That's 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
A big-time rapper's got trouble with the law.
I got the horses in the bag. Horse stock is attached.
26-year-old Lil Nas X has been arrested in L.A. and taken to the hospital. Police say they suspect he overdosed before he was found walking around in his underwear and a pair of white cowboy boots with a traffic cone on his head on Ventura Boulevard. Police claim he charged them when they approached. After the rapper was released from the hospital, he was booked on suspicion of misdemeanor obstructing an officer. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
A jury found a man not guilty of organizing the daytime ambush killing of rapper Young Dolph at a Memphis bakery in November 2021. Prosecutors said Hernandez Govan directed 2 others to carry out the crime. The jury was not convinced. The rapper was shot 20 times. That's the World News Roundup, produced by David Shapiro. I'm Steve Kathan, CBS News.
KIRO Newsradio 97.3 FM, Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and mynorthwest.com.
Good morning. I'm Katrina Gashard. We're following breaking news out of Federal Way. KIRO 7 TV reports there was a car explosion. Neighbors say the blast took out windows in their homes. A bomb squad and a bus just arrived at the scene. We'll bring you the latest as we learn more. President Trump's border czar says he was recently in Seattle and Tacoma meeting with federal immigration agents and Border Patrol. In a statement, Tom Homan says he also visited San Diego and Portland this week, something he told the Jason Rand Show on Seattle Red 770 AM last month he would do.
Just to get with the folks at ICE and let them know, look, you're not alone here. The president has your back, secretary's got your back, I got your back.
Homan reiterated the president's tough stance on so-called sanctuary jurisdictions. This week, Governor Bob Ferguson pushed back on the administration's threats to target states and cities that don't cooperate with ICE. An 18-month undercover drug trafficking operation leads to the arrest of 15 people, most members of a violent Tacoma street gang known as the Knockout Crips. KIRO News Radio's James Lynch has more.
Federal officials say Knockout Crips gang members recruited female couriers to bring large quantities of fentanyl pills and powder in checked luggage from Arizona through SeaTac International to the streets of Pierce County. Agent Colin Jackson with Homeland Security Investigations.
They were armed, involved in shootings, and peddled the most dangerous of narcotics, all while risking the lives of those around them for power and money.
Agents seized nearly 100 pounds of fentanyl, meth, cocaine, and heroin, along with more than $100,000 in cash and 23 firearms. In Tacoma, James Lynch, KIRO News Radio.
King County Executive candidate Claudia Balducci is announcing a plan to fight against retail theft after Kroger announced the closure of 6 local stores because of crime. KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey has more from Kent.
King County Councilmember Claudia Balducci is calling for a permanent regional task force to combat retail theft.
I hear as a representative from small businesses, sheer theft that is going on, people coming in and taking inventory and leaving, and it is very hard on our businesses.
Balducci has the support of former King County Sheriff Sue Rahr, who says most of retail theft across the region is perpetrated by organized crime or people addicted to drugs who are working for organized crime. In Kent, Luke Ducey, KIRO News Radio.
Balducci's challenger, Jeremiah Zahili, is proposing a region-wide public-private partnership to fight retail theft. Meanwhile, a former congressional candidate says her husband has been taken into custody by Immigration and Customs Enforcement.
Melissa Chaudhry tells us her husband, Mohammed Zahid Chaudhry, was arrested at a citizenship interview in Tukwila. He's a Pakistani native and U.S. military veteran who has lived in this country for the past 25 years. Melissa says ICE offered no reason for his arrest.
I don't know right now when, if ever, I will see my husband again.
The Olympian reports Chaudhry pleaded guilty to fraud in Australia in 1996. Melissa says that's the equivalent of a parking ticket. According to the paper, he also lied on a visa form in 2001. She had no comment on that. Frank Lindsay, KIRO News Radio.
We have reached out to ICE for comment. And first, he was the Rain Man, then a cannabis shop namesake. Now, Sean Kemp is facing up to 9 months in prison. KIRO News Radio's Gwen Baumgardner outlines what's next for him and his businesses.
Uncertainty ahead for ex-supersonic Sean Kemp, pleading guilty to second-degree assault for his role in a 2023 shooting, a felony that could cost him months of jail time and his cannabis license. Annual renewal is required, but difficult with a felony conviction, says Brian Smith with the Liquor and Cannabis Board.
If you've been convicted of a felony within 10 years, our guidelines would say not to go forward with that license.
Smith says without it, Kemp may have to give up his 10% ownership of Kemp's cannabis for operations to continue.
The board even has the option of only letting it go forward without him on the license, or the other members could ask him to leave. That's a business decision on their end.
Gwen Baumgardner, KIRO News Radio.
Kemp's sentencing is today. We reached out to Kemp's Cannabis and have not heard back. Now for your KIRO News Radio real-time traffic. Some drive times right now on this Friday. Tacoma to Seattle about 23, Puyallup to Renton about 20, Renton to Bellevue 15, and Everett to Seattle about 25 minutes right now. And for your KIRO News Radio forecast, prepare for the heat to be on. Highs today will be close to 90 and into the weekend, upper 90s. Right now, it's about 57 in downtown Seattle. Coming up, Chris Sullivan with a choke point. Kids might want to cover their ears, but school is just around the corner, and he'll have some guidance for navigating around school buses on the road. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
Your best source for local news, serving Western Washington and the world with the KIRO Newsradio app. Always streaming live on your smart speakers. You're listening to KIRO News Radio, Northwest News.
This hour of Seattle's Morning News is brought to you by Closets by Design Seattle.
I'm back. It's the final test.
Tonight, Charbonnet is going to rip off a big run.
Before the real deal.
You kind of see the light at the end of the tunnel.
Jobs are on the line.
And who's on the initial 53, who's on the initial practice squad.
It's off to historic Lambeau Field in Green Bay for the preseason finale. Seahawks, Packers, tomorrow. Pre-game at 11 a.m. with Steve Rabel on the call. Kickoff at 1 p.m.
The 12s hear the Hawks right here on KIRO News Radio on 97.3 FM.
I just learned 10% of our electricity in Washington comes from nuclear energy.
I've heard it's reliable and has a small footprint, but what about the waste?
It's not what you might think. No overflowing dumpsters or leaking barrels. Used fuel is safely stored in solid form after powering homes, schools, and businesses for years. All nuclear power plants in the U.S. store their used fuel responsibly to protect the environment.
Where can I learn more?
You can learn about nuclear energy and used fuel at energy-northwest.com. Energy Northwest, powering our clean energy future.
Well, I'm here with my good buddy, Dr. Dan Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. And you've heard from Dr. Dan's patients over the years how a simple stem cell procedure has successfully conquered their pain. Well, folks, now it's my turn. After years of dealing with knee pain from all the football abuse, I can say my knee pain now is almost 100% gone. How'd you do it, Dr. Dan?
Well, Brock, personally, I'm very happy that you did so well. And your story is like so many of our other patients who come in, former athletes and non-athletes as well, who have come in with chronic knee pain, and they are looking for alternatives besides knee replacement surgery. And we're happy to provide this service. It's been truly a game changer for so many folks. It's just been a pleasure to be part of this.
Consider Dr. Nelson, the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including stem cell therapy. I was in and out with a couple of follow-ups. It's a non-surgical solution to pain using your own stem cells. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD at 425-823-4000 or visit danielnelsonmd.com. That's danielnelsonmd.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
Looking for a simple solution to hair loss this summer? Get the same breakthrough one-day treatment I received at Advanced Hair during their once yearly summer savings event. Your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day, and Advanced Hair guarantees it will grow. Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during their best offer of the year. For details and a free consultation, call 425-449-8185, advancedhair.com.
Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Hey, oh, let's go.
Now, Choke Points with Chris Sullivan.
Presented by Carter Subaru.
You might have seen school buses out and about. They are learning their routes for the start of classes. Sorry, kids. It's a good time to revisit one of Sully's yearly choke points when you can pass a school bus legally.
And while I never make assumptions about what other drivers will do, Charlie, I do think it's a decent bet that most drivers understand what the basics are of when to stop when a school bus has its lights or its paddle out. I mean, it's pretty easy to follow. However, every year we all see those outrageous videos of people passing school buses with those paddles out, not only on the left, but some even on the right, where the kids are being let off the school bus. So it's so bad, obviously, and so misunderstood that many school districts have added cameras to their paddles to catch violators and to curb the bad behavior. And business is good when it comes to those cameras. I mean, the basic rule is simple. I mean, you must stop in either direction when a school bus has its red lights flashing. I mean, you must stop at any intersection, too, like the one you might find in your neighborhood that doesn't have any pavement markings or anything like that. You can't turn in front of one. You just have to stop there. But what many drivers get wrong is that if you are on a road with 3 or more lanes, you can pass a school bus with its red lights on if you are going in the opposite direction. And this isn't just 3 or more lanes in the same direction, but just simply 3 or more lanes. And this is where it gets interesting, is the people in suburbia, where I live, this includes roads that are 1 lane in each direction, but have that marked center turn lane. That's a lane. So for the law, that's 3 lanes. So if a bus is stopped coming at you the other direction, a lot of drivers get nervous, they stop. But what that does is it creates unnecessary congestion. It creates frustration for drivers who actually know the rules. And I found out that bus drivers don't even know the rules, because I was driving down 35th in Snohomish County, and I was driving legally past one coming the other way on a 3-lane road, and the school bus driver flipped me off and started pointing and yelling and making all these gestures at me. I'm like, what? I'm doing this right. What? So it sounds
to be fair, we do that a lot, too.
Well, that is true, but it sounded like this person, the bus driver, thought I was doing something wrong, but I wasn't. And on 128th in South Everett, big major arterial, 5 lanes. I've seen people stop in the other direction on a 5-lane road. Okay, so here's the simple thing. Apply common sense. No bus driver is going to let their kids off and then cross multiple lanes in front of them to get to their stop. It doesn't work that way. Now, I have a video up at mynorthwest.com. I brought back choke talks. I stole Brock Heward's idea. I'm on the whiteboard, and I'm explaining where you can and cannot go. Now, to be honest, the video has a rather large ad with Spike on the front end. I was like, oh, did we post the wrong video? No, it's an ad on the front. Let's get through that, and then you can see my video. By the way, if you are passing legally, just remember, children are unpredictable. If we know one thing, we know that. So be very alert, go very slow, but just be aware you can pass in that situation. And if you stop suddenly, the person behind you probably won't be expecting it if you don't know the law, but they do. So again, it's just a reminder. There are layers to these laws, and this is an opportunity where you don't have to stop.
That's only if you're going the opposite direction.
Correct.
There are at least
opposite
3
direction.
lanes.
Correct. Now, you can't turn in front of one either, even in one of those 3 lanes. Say you're pulling into an intersection and you're going to take a right, and the bus is on your left on that same road. You still have to stop there, too, because the kids will probably cross your cross street to get where they're going. But it's only the opposite direction. Correct.
Back when I used to drive like a normal person during the morning commute, it always actually made me kind of nervous going on A Street there in Auburn, because you have 2 lanes, then you have, we're not calling it the SUICIDE lane anymore, and then the 2 lanes on the other side.
Right.
So going both directions, there are a bunch of apartments and stuff like that along the route, especially if you're going north in the morning, and you just see a ton of kids coming out. I would always just get nervous, even though maybe it's perfectly legal.
You just have to be very cautious, and because kids are unpredictable, just like dogs.
Yeah.
So you just have to be very careful. But it is okay to stop or not stop in that situation, and just be aware of the rules. If you're stopped in a situation like that and someone's honking behind you, you may be in the wrong in that situation.
Just checking. So first of all, you say it's okay to fly on by going south if the bus is going north, and there are at least 3 lanes.
Fly on by.
And then you say,
nice and
then
easy.
you compare kids to dogs.
They are very well. I go by experience.
They smell?
No, in terms of their unpredictability. They kind of go wherever they kind of want to go. And so, you just be careful. But, it's just, again, check out the video. Get through Spike's ad. Love Spike. But I was, anyway, at mynorthwest.com, I brought back Choke Talk. I'm going to get back up on the whiteboard.
Kids or dog. Ignore Spike.
Yeah.
Lots of lessons.
I'm just trying to tell you it's okay.
All right. Choke Talk.
Choke Talk.
All right. Thanks, Sully.
For your KIRO News Radio forecast, Western Washington is bracing for a scorcher. We've got highs in the upper 80s to mid-90s. Right now, it's about 57 in downtown Seattle. Coming up, KIRO News Radio's Paul Holden with your weekend planner. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
Yikey Wawa.
What?
My hot water.
Yeah?
Not so hot.
Water heater trouble?
It's not working.
We can fix that.
This week?
How about today?
Apollo Plumbing really is ready right now.
Especially when it comes to water heater replacement.
Think I need a new one?
Is it more than 10 years old?
It is.
Probably so.
Doesn't heat like it used to.
It runs out?
All the time.
That's a warning sign.
Uh-oh.
So are little leaks.
But Apollo can get me a new one?
Installed today by our clean screen trained and trusted plumbers. They're water heater experts.
But I probably got to pay a rush fee.
No extra charge.
You make this too easy.
We'll even haul off the old one.
A new water heater.
Same day. That's the Apollo Plumbing way.
This is going to get my budget in hot water.
Got you covered there too.
How?
Our available payment plans.
I don't have to wait?
Or take cold showers.
You are a lifesaver.
Call us this morning. You'll have hot water today.
That's the Apollo Plumbing way.
ApolloPlumbing.com.
Hey, I want to tell you a sellwithwes.com success story. Wes Jones knows how important your home sale can be for your future plans. So when he got a call from Susan in Federal Way, he was eager to step up and help her sell her home of 25 years.
Her house was her biggest asset, and this home sale was super meaningful for her. So she's like, I know that I'm leaving money on the table in the condition that it's in. Like, what can we do?
I told him up front that I did not have the time or finances to do what needed to be done. And he immediately jumped in with, well, I do.
He told her about their Listing Boost concierge service.
We identified probably 4 or 5 major things.
It just was all so fast. They did everything.
I'm a son of a builder, and I've done a lot of flips over the years. So this is work that we actually like to do. We are seeking this out.
And I would just tell anybody, here's his phone number, give him a call. He'll take care of it.
So if you're in the market to sell your home, do what Susan did. Check out Wes Jones and his team at sellwithwes.com. Sell with Wes, a better way to sell your home.
Have you heard the saying, chuck in a truck? The guy running a roofing company out of his messy pickup? Well, here's the scary part. Washington doesn't require a test or experience to be a licensed roofer, and they definitely don't require a brick and mortar location. Chuck could be working out of his apartment with 0 employees, hiring random guys off the street. Yikes. And the SBA says 90% of roofers are out of business within 5 years. Jim here, Chief Roof Nerd at RoofSmart, where we do things right. We have a real location on Central Avenue in Kent and a team of 50 full-time roofing pros who actually know what they're doing. We're not some fly-by-night outfit. We've put down roots, or in our case, a cement foundation, so you'll always know where to find us. No disappearing acts, no cut corners, just top-quality work from people you can trust. That's RoofSmart. Come see for yourself, or call us at 206-487-4877, or visit us online at GetRoofSmart.com. That's 206-487-4877 or GetRoofSmart.com.
Eric Butler here, General Manager at Kia of Everett. Thinking about going electric? Now is the time. The clock is ticking on thousands in federal and state EV tax credits that end September 30th. Add that to what you'll already be saving at Kia of Everett on our huge selection of award-winning, dependable Kia EVs, from the stylish Niro to the powerful EV9. Take advantage of this opportunity. Stop by today or visit KiaofEverett.com.
The best drive you'll ever take is to Kia of Everett. Simple, easy, fun.
AAA asked me if I would change my name from Sir Mix-a-Lot to Sir Mix-a-Lot. I said, why would I do that? They said, you're more than just a rapper. You're a car collector. You're a businessman. You're an inventor. Just like AAA is more than just towing. They have awesome travel advisors and insurance agents. And they got 3 A's in their name. Maybe I should change my name. Give me 3 A's. Mix, A, mix, A. When I say mix, give me 3 A's. Mix, A.
Hey, it's Lori from Guardian Roofing, Gutters, and Insulation with exciting news. We now offer K-Guard Gutter System. Say goodbye to clogged gutters and hello to less maintenance. These top-of-the-line guards are exclusively available only at Guardian. K-Guard is designed to keep debris out, and their durability means they look great year-round without rusting or warping. Ready for hassle-free gutters? Protect your home with Guardian. To learn more about Guardian's exclusive K-Guard Gutter System, call today or visit us at GuardianRoofing.com.
The summer warehouse clearance sale is on now at Bob's Heating. We have an overstock of 2024 cooling equipment and everything must go. Save 30% on all 2024 air conditioners and heat pumps while inventory lasts. Once these units are gone, they're gone. So now is your chance to save. As temperatures start to heat up, we'll help you cool down with our summer warehouse clearance sale. Call Bob's for your free estimate today.
Bob's Heating and Air Conditioning. Call Bob.
For more than 65 years, our service technicians at Bob's Heating and Air Conditioning have been proud to offer the home comfort solutions that your family needs. This summer, trust the team at Bob's to equip you with peace of mind, providing efficient service and expert knowledge to keep you safe and comfortable in your home. While temperatures may be on the rise, our service solutions remain steady and affordable. Plus, we'll provide you with a new filter replacement at each AC maintenance. Call Bob's Heating and Air Conditioning. Your family's comfort is our family's business.
Bathfitter just hit a big milestone, 42,000 installations in Western Washington. To celebrate, Bathfitter's offering payments as low as $125 a month. Ursula Royteen here. I chose Bathfitter Northwest because they work here, they live here, and they love making bathrooms better for their neighbors. Custom fit tub and shower solutions are installed in as little as 1 day, and every installation is backed by a lifetime warranty. Call Bathfitter or visit bathfitternw.com to schedule a free consultation. This special offer won't last.
If you want thick, healthy, gorgeous hair, then you need Hair Volume from New Nordic. Available online at Amazon and newnordicusa.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
Help create a future with no more drunk driving victims. Join Molly Shen and the Davis Law Group for Move with MAD, September 13th at Red Square, Central Plaza on the UW campus. Move with MAD raises awareness and funds to help end drunk driving and prevent underage drinking. Every step taken and every dollar raised can help keep our families and communities safe. Sign up to walk or join the team at madwashington.com. Move with MAD, September 13th on the UW campus. Register today.
KIRO Newsradio 97.3 FM Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and mynorthwest.com.
Good morning. I'm Katrina Gashard. Famine has now been declared in Gaza City for the first time, according to a United Nations-backed global hunger monitor. In its latest assessment, the Integrated Food Security Phase Classification, or IPC, warned that conditions are catastrophic and are expected to spread in other parts of the territory. CBS's Remy Inocencio explains.
The IPC also says that it's going to get worse, not just in size and the number, but also in scope. It says famine right now is in the Gaza Governorate. Now, this is in the north and where Gaza City is. But famine conditions are also projected to spread south in the coming weeks. That's a quote. In the coming weeks to Deir al-Balah, just south, and then further south to Khan Yunis.
Here in Washington State, police in Federal Way are investigating what appears to be some kind of explosion. KIRO 7 TV's Eric Thomas is at the scene.
We're on 308th Street, just east of 20th Avenue, and I can tell you as we look over here, there's about half a dozen patrol cars. A public information officer has not come out here yet, but there's glass on the ground. The car seemingly in the driveway a couple feet from us seems to have blown up this morning, some sort of an explosion. We don't have any further details here, but you can see just as much debris as well, either on the ground or around the neighborhood. We also got a tip from neighbors that say this explosion actually blew out the glass in some houses around here as well.
A former congressional candidate here in Washington says her husband has been taken into ICE custody. Here's KIRO News Radio's Frank Lindsay.
Mohammed Zahid Chaudhry, a Pakistani native and U.S. military veteran, was arrested during a citizenship interview in Tukwila. His wife Melissa says agents didn't tell them why, but her husband did plead guilty to fraud charges in Australia back in 1996, something she says was the equivalent of a parking ticket.
It's far beyond the look-back period for good moral character when it comes to naturalization, especially for veterans.
According to the Olympian, he also lied on a U.S. visa application in 2001, but Melissa had no comment on that. Frank Lindsay, KIRO News Radio.
We've reached out to ICE for comment. Meanwhile, federal, state, and local law enforcement officials announced arrests following a major 18-month undercover operation targeting fentanyl distribution in Tacoma. KIRO News Radio's James Lynch has more.
The 18-month undercover operation targeted the Knockout Crip street gang based in Tacoma. Investigators say female couriers brought large quantities of fentanyl pills and powder in checked luggage from Arizona through SeaTac. U.S. Attorney Tom Woods.
A violent drug organization that sold and moved thousands of fentanyl pills at any given time.
15 people were arrested and will be charged with, among other things, conspiracy to distribute controlled substances. In Tacoma, James Lynch, KIRO News Radio.
And it's not a summer weekend around here without some construction crews on the roads. This time, their work includes a full closure of 405 southbound between State Route 900 and the Maple Valley Highway in Renton. WashDOT's Craig Smiley tells KIRO 7 TV.
We often see backups all the way into Bellevue just on a normal weekend, so we could expect some pretty significant delays and backups on that Renton closure.
There's also construction planned on I-5 in Tukwila and Fife, parts of Highway 99 and SR 18 in Auburn. Now to your KIRO News Radio real-time traffic. We've got some traffic on the road right now. Redmond to Seattle about 36 minutes. Redmond to Everett about 15. Marysville to Seattle 35. And Tacoma to Seattle about 36 minutes right now. And for your forecast, we are in a heat advisory through Tuesday. Expect highs to be close to 90 today, and this weekend will be in the low 90s. Right now, it's about 57 in downtown Seattle. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
Your best source for local news, serving Western Washington and the world with a KIRO Newsradio app. Always streaming live on your smart speakers. You're listening to KIRO News Radio, Northwest News.
It's going to be a simply spectacular weather weekend-wise. So if you're still looking for some fun in the sun, KIRO News Radio's Paul Holden has you covered.
It's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what?
The weekend is here, and while you might be like me, panicking to get all your summer fun in before the start of school, there's still plenty of time and plenty of fun to be had. There are quite a few fun festivals around the state this weekend, some closer to Seattle than the others. The Festal program continues at the Seattle Center this weekend. This weekend's programming is Festival Sunyata presents Black Arts Fest. According to the event's website, the festival focuses on intergenerational activities and promotion of traditional and contemporary African American heritage, showcasing local entertainment, photography, food, merchants, historical exhibits, and more. The Black Arts Fest will be at the Seattle Center Saturday and Sunday and is free to attend. You can find the Poverty Bay Blues and Brews Fest at the Des Moines Beach Park on Saturday. The South Sound Block Party is at the Port of Olympia today and tomorrow, loaded with plenty of live music. Snoqualmie Days is this Saturday, which will have train rides, model trains, live music, a kids area, and plenty of vendors, plus a parade. And that's going on Railroad Avenue next to the Northwest Railroad Museum this weekend. There's the Washington State Garlic Festival, which of course has all the garlicky treats you can eat, plus chainsaw carving, live music, and fun for the kids. That's happening in Centralia at the Southwest Washington Fairgrounds throughout the weekend. The Evergreen State Fair is underway in Monroe, and one of the big attractions, the Monster Truck Show. The fair runs until September 1st at the Evergreen State Fairgrounds. If you're up for a long drive this weekend, the Washington State International Kite Festival has returned. Kite flyers from across the world, including some of the best in the world of kite flying, are already in Long Beach right now, showing off kites big and small and all the skills it takes to pilot those things. The Kite Festival is free to attend. If you're over 21 and want to help support the Ballard Food Bank, Ballard Bites and Brews is Sunday, and it is a great way to give back while enjoying the vibes of Ballard. Your ticket will get you access to live music, 8 drink tickets, bites from local restaurants, and for those who are skipping the spirits, there will be specialty mocktails and alcohol-free beer available as well. In addition to the food, there will be games and photo ops, plus information about the Ballard Food Bank and how you can get involved to help the local community. It's also a big weekend for sports. The Mariners are back in town and need Mariners fans to pack T-Mobile Park to help get the team back on track after a tough road trip. The M's take on the A's this weekend as they look to gain ground in the race for the American League West title. There's also a drone show tonight as part of Margaritaville night. The Tacoma Rainiers are also in town taking on the Oklahoma City Comets throughout the weekend. The Seattle Sounders have a home match against Sporting Kansas City on Sunday. The match starts at 6 p.m. at Lumen Field. Here's an event sent to me by a listener. You can get sauced while staying completely sober in Mountain Lake Terrace this weekend. It's the Get Sauced Festival, and it's all about celebrating the Mountain Lake Terrace community and the wonderful world of hot sauce. There will be vendors with a variety of hot sauces to try, homemade goods for sale, local food to enjoy, and family-friendly activities. This free event is going down at the Town Center lots at West Plaza Marketplace on Saturday from 10 to 4. How are you enjoying the rest of your summer? Let me know at paulh@KIROradio.com. Paul Holden, KIRO News Radio.
Coming up, we'll have some national headlines. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
The John Curley Show.
I think the most talented person is here, and it's John Curley.
By the way, that's my ringtone right there, Coach K.
Weekdays 3 to 7.
We were at this party and I said to you, what about Caitlin Clark? What do you about Caitlin Clark? You said, Curley, you don't know anything about basketball. Let me tell you something.
Sue Bird is the ultimate point guard. I love Sue Bird. Seattle was so very fortunate to have her as her idol, as her hero.
Watch the John Curley Show live on YouTube.
Mariners fans, it's time to bring the noise to T-Mobile Park. This lineup is loaded up and locked in. From every moonshot.
Now Raleigh obliterates this. How far? Way back there.
To every how in the world did he catch that moment?
And Julio makes the catch. No fly zone in full effect.
Be here as the squad shuts the door and lights the W.
Munoz looking for the final out. Here's the stretch and the strike three called and the ball game is over.
This is our house.
They're going crazy here at T-Mobile Park.
Mariners baseball. Try dance up.
The Mariners are back in town starting tonight for a 6-game homestand against the A's and Padres. Be here for Drone Show Night today at 7:10, presented by Muckleshoot Casino Resort, and Kids Appreciation Day Sunday at 1:10. Plus, don't miss next week's Vetter Cup Series versus the Padres, Monday to Wednesday. Get your tickets at mariners.com.
If you want that summer body you've always dreamed of, then this message is for you, ladies, and you men too. Get rid of extra stubborn fat and address areas of loose skin around the waistline, chin, and under the upper arms with ProSculpt, the new one-day instant permanent fat removal and skin tightening treatment. Maybe you've tried the lasers, fat freezing methods, even those new pills, but without the desired results. ProSculpt is different. It's minimally invasive, performed while fully awake, gentle, yet powerful. Designed to target the waistline, chin, neck, arms, and thighs, ProSculpt uses FDA-cleared plasma technology to deliver immediate, permanent fat-reducing and skin-tightening results, all in just one visit. If you want that summer body this summer, then you must act now. Go to ProSculpt.com today to schedule your free consultation. Get $250 off. For instant, permanent fat reduction and skin tightening, visit ProSculpt.com.
My name is Carlos, and I'm a Cub Scout. I'm here to talk to you today about becoming a scout like me. Cub Scouts get badges for doing fun activities, and we make friends. Scouts go camping, climbing, and fishing, and swimming together. We play sports and go to parades. Scouts also help people and become the best versions of themselves. Visit bascout.org to find a pack near you, get any questions answered, and sign up for Cub Scouts online.
I always say, know where your food comes from. And for the best tasting food, choose locally fresh. Hartley here from Wilcox Family Farms. When you choose food from local family farmers like Wilcox, you support the local economy with jobs and promote environmental sustainability. Wilcox is committed to organic, humane practices that keep our hens healthy and help preserve the land. So, our family can keep on producing great eggs for another 100 years. Wilcox Family Farms, locally fresh since 1909.
At Dunn, relationships are everything. It's why we build a culture around building the best relationships possible, building joy and trust, one interaction at a time. So whether you need trusted advice, help with material selection, project planning, or loading your vehicle, we go the extra mile to remove as much of the hassle as we can. If there's anything we can do to serve you better, contact me personally, Mike Dunn at dunlumber.com.
Dunn Lumber. Building success together.
CBS News Brief. A UN-backed report has officially declared a famine in Gaza City and the surrounding areas.
It is a famine openly promoted by some Israeli leaders
as a weapon of war.
The UN's Tom Fletcher. Israel denies it, blaming Hamas lies. Lyle Menendez goes before a California parole board a day after his brother Eric was denied his bid for freedom, decades after the men murdered their parents. Legal contributor Jessica Levinson.
Eric Menendez is still pursuing two other tracks to freedom. One is he has asked the governor for clemency. The other is that he has requested that there be a new trial.
California lawmakers have approved Governor Newsom's call for a special election on his redistricting plan to add 5 Democratic seats to Congress.
We'll be the first state in U.S. history to, in the most democratic way, submit to the people of our state the ability to determine their own maps.
CBS News Brief. I'm Deborah Rodriguez.
For your KIRO News Radio forecast, we are in for a scorcher through Tuesday. Expect highs to be close to 90 over the weekend. We'll be at 90 in the low 90s. Right now, it's at least 57 in downtown Seattle. Coming up, a look at the way artificial intelligence is impacting politics and political affiliations. We hear from UW doctoral student Jillian Fisher and the study that she has done with her colleagues conducted. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
1877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
At Madrona Financial and CPAs, we believe there are 7 steps that must be taken in preparation for a successful retirement. Retirement needs more than just a basic income plan. Hi, Jeff here with Madrona Financial and CPAs. Don't settle for a partial plan. Get the real deal by requesting your no-cost Madrona analysis today and discover what you may be missing. Call 833-673-7373 right now to request your analysis. That's 833-673-7373.
Looking for a simple solution to hair loss this summer? Get the same breakthrough one-day treatment I received at Advanced Hair during their once-yearly summer savings event. Your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day, and Advanced Hair guarantees it will grow. Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during their best offer of the year. For details and a free consultation, call 425-449-8185, advancedhair.com.
Reliable, refreshing, and ready every morning. Seattle's Morning News.
Glad to have you with us. And joining the show now is UW doctoral student Jillian Fisher. She is a researcher, and she has recently started doing work that looks into the way AI affects people's political beliefs. She just made a presentation in Austria, and her research has come up with some really interesting results. So, Jillian, thanks for being here today. Tell us about your study and what you found.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I'm excited to be here and talk about the study. So in this work, we were interested in if people interact with biased models, would that bias affect the downstream user? So we specifically were looking at political bias. So we recruited self-reporting Democrats and Republicans from across the US, and we told them, hey, come to our study and interact with some AI models to complete tasks. That's all we told them. But what they didn't know is that on the back end, they would either be interacting with a neutral model, a more conservative model, or a more liberal model. And we were interested in how their decisions on these tasks changed depending on which model they were working with.
And so what happened here? You made the models appear to be Democrats or Republicans or independents. How do you tell ChatGPT to do that?
Yeah, so it's maybe surprisingly or unsurprisingly quite easy. So on the back end of all of the inputs that you would put, we secretly put a little message that just said, respond as a far-right Republican or far-left Democrat. And more to make sure it was exactly how we wanted, we would also tell it how it felt on certain topics that were related to our study. So it was actually surprisingly easy to make it act in certain ways.
And what were some of your takeaways as you asked these questions? What were people saying?
So they had two tasks that they had to do. One was more direct and one was more indirect. So for the direct task, we had people learn about obscure political topics, things that you maybe haven't heard about, covenant marriages, the Lacey Act of the 1900s, and they had to interact with these models. Again, they may not know they were interacting with a biased model, just to learn more. Like maybe you would go to ChatGPT and say, what is this? And what we were looking at is their opinion on these topics, how they felt about covenant marriages or the Lacey Act. And so what we found in that task is that regardless of the partisanship you were before, if you were coming in as a Republican or coming as a Democrat, you tended to take on the bias and the views of whichever model you were interacting with. And so even more surprisingly, specifically in political science research, is that if you came in as a Republican and you interacted with a liberal model, you tended to have views that were more in line with the liberals than conservatives, and vice versa. So that's very unique in this type of political work.
It seems very telling in terms of what AI could be used for, say, in political campaigns in the future.
Yeah, I think there are two sides to the coin of these findings. One is maybe a little scary, maybe a little glass half empty, that if you interact with these models, they can affect you and it could be used for nefarious ways. But the other side of this is, let's say that you were a conservative and you wanted to interact with, your liberal friends or family. You could use these types of models to understand their side and kind of have some sort of agreement or kind of coming to coming to a middle point. So I think there's two ways to look at it. Maybe one a little bit more scary and maybe one a little bit more hopeful.
What about technical savvy? If somebody was more familiar with using ChatGPT or AI in general, were there different results?
Yeah, so this is something that I particularly was very excited and interested in. So after we saw that the results showed that there was an effect, we wanted to see if any characteristic, as you mentioned, of the participant mitigated these effects, so decreased the amount of bias that you took on. And it turns out that if you did have prior knowledge of AI, there did seem to have a decrease in this effect. It was slight, it was quite weak, but it's something that we're looking more into. And it's exciting because this idea of AI education, just knowing a little bit more about the model as a way to be a defense against these influences, then it's a very robust way in which we can protect ourselves against these. So there's kind of technical sides and social technical sides. This is one of the social technical side. This is something that anyone can do, regardless of which model you're interacting with, to be able to kind of protect yourself against being influenced by these bias.
That's something that's going to be so important in the future. Yeah. You had at least short-term political shifts in terms of how people believed or how you would expect them to otherwise be. Any indication this is something that would last a longer term, or is it temporary?
That's a great question, something that we're looking into. And as of today, I can tell you that we don't know. So you're going to have to just look out for the research and see if there is these lasting effects. So that's a kind of to be determined.
Okay, you're a doctoral student. You give us a bigger picture here. What's your take on where AI takes us, especially with our fractured politics? Have you given that some thought?
Yeah, I think I tend to be a glass half full kind of person. So for me, the results of these were something that was being assumed in the AI world and in academics, and I wanted to make sure that our assumptions were correct. So that was important. And I think that a lot of people could be scared by these results, but like I said, I really see it as a benefit to society and how we're using this. Now that we know that it can have this large effect, even larger than what we're seeing in news or in print media, this really could be a tool to bring people together rather than to divide them. But we had to know that this was a possibility to be able to explore those tools in the future. So that's what I hope to do with my research. I know that there are other researchers in the world that are looking at this as well, trying to see if AI could be a collaborative tool versus something nefarious or deceptive that's kind of lurking underneath.
I recently heard an interview with Sam Altman, who is the head of OpenAI, the company behind ChatGPT, and he said something to the effect of, oh yeah, we could totally program it to influence somebody's political opinion, but we would never do that. Does that make you take pause?
No, I think I'm happy he's so transparent about it. I think it's important to know what these models can do, along with this study showing that we can have this influence. I hope that it encourages people to understand, what model am I interacting with? What's the company behind it? What are the people? How transparent are they being with what the model is trained on and how it's trained? These are really important questions that people should be asking when they interact with any kind of tool, or companies that use it in their products. So I think that's really great that he was so transparent about their capabilities, so that people know that exists, and then they can protect themselves. The more we know, the more we can protect ourselves.
Okay, Jillian Fisher, doctoral student at UW, thank you for your time today. And this is really important stuff. You come back anytime, okay?
Thank you so much.
For your KIRO News Radio forecast, prepare for a scorcher this weekend. Highs today will be close to 90. Over the weekend, we'll be in the low 90s. Right now, it's about 57 in downtown Seattle. Coming up, Seattle's Morning News with Charlie Harger and Manda Factor. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
I'm back. It's the final test.
Tonight, Charbonnet is going to rip off a big run.
Before the real deal.
You kind of see the light at the end of the tunnel.
Jobs are on the line.
You know, who's on the initial 53, who's on the initial practice squad.
It's off to historic Lambeau Field in Green Bay for the preseason finale. Seahawks, Packers, tomorrow. Pre-game at 11 a.m. with Steve Rabel on the call. Kickoff at 1 p.m.
The 12s hear the Hawks right here on KIRO News Radio on 97.3 FM.
KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle.
Well, I'm here with my good buddy, Dr. Dan Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. And you've heard from Dr. Dan's patients over the years how a simple stem cell procedure has successfully conquered their pain. Well, folks, now it's my turn. After years of dealing with knee pain from all the football abuse, I can say my knee pain now is almost 100% gone. How'd you do it, Dr. Dan?
Well, Brock, personally, I'm very happy that you did so well. And your story is like so many of our other patients who come in, former athletes and non-athletes as well, who have come in with chronic knee pain, and they are looking for alternatives besides knee replacement surgery. And we're happy to provide this service. It's been truly a game changer for so many folks. It's just been a pleasure to be part of this.
Consider Dr. Nelson, the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including stem cell therapy. I was in and out with a couple of follow-ups. It's a non-surgical solution to pain using your own stem cells. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD at 425-823-4000 or visit DanielNelsonMD.com. That's DanielNelsonMD.com.
Yikey Wawa.
What?
My hot water.
Yeah?
Not so hot.
Water heater trouble?
It's not working.
We can fix that.
This week?
How about today?
Apollo Plumbing really is ready right now.
Especially when it comes to water heater replacement.
Think I need a new one?
Is it more than 10 years old?
It is.
Probably so.
Doesn't heat like it used to.
It runs out?
All the time.
That's a warning sign.
Uh-oh.
So are little leaks.
But Apollo can get me a new one?
Installed today by our clean screen trained and trusted plumbers. They're water heater experts.
But I probably got to pay a rush fee.
No extra charge.
You make this too easy.
We'll even haul off the old one.
A new water heater.
Same day. That's the Apollo Plumbing way.
This is going to get my budget in hot water.
Got you covered there too.
How?
Our available payment plans.
I don't have to wait?
Or take cold showers.
You are a lifesaver.
Call us this morning. You'll have hot water today.
That's the Apollo Plumbing way.
ApolloPlumbing.com.
He flew fighter jets in 2 wars and taught you how to drive a car. He fed everyone on the block, but never shared his secret recipes. And every time he'd tell a story, he'd own the room. But now more than ever, he may feel alone. Today, older adults and their loved ones are struggling to connect, in a time when connection has never been more important. But there is something we can do. Embrace our older loved ones through StoryCorps Connect. With StoryCorps Connect, you can honor seniors remotely with an interview about their life. Every interview will be archived at the Library of Congress, becoming part of American history, so that years from now, future generations can listen in.
All right, Grandpa, what's one piece of advice you have for me?
Just 3 words, sweetheart. Live with courage. The man that had the best stories still has plenty of stories to tell. So connect virtually and share the conversation of a lifetime at StoryCorpsConnect.org/AARP. Connect, honor, share. StoryCorps Connect. A message from AARP, StoryCorps, and the Ad Council.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio, Northwest News.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
Hey, it's Lori from Guardian Roofing, Gutters, and Insulation. Think insulation is only for the winter? Think again. Upgrading attic insulation is a popular and cost-effective way to make your home more energy efficient. It's your secret weapon for staying cool in the summer, slashing utility bills, and boosting your home's air quality while keeping mold at bay. Need an attic overhaul or thinking about new insulation? Look no further. Guardian has your back. Call now and save $299 off attic ceiling and insulation, or visit us at guardianroofing.com.
Hey, college students, get 5% off at Safeway with your student ID in the app. With FreshPass, save on produce and enjoy free delivery. EBT users get additional savings. Visit Safeway.com/4U. That's FOR and the letter U.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio, KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle, Northwest News.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez, and we have breaking news from Washington. The FBI confirms it is searching the home and office of President Trump's former national security advisor, John Bolton, in Maryland this morning. Multiple reports say it's part of an investigation into whether Bolton illegally shared or possessed classified information. He's become a frequent critic of President Trump's. A group backed by the United Nations confirms famine in and around Gaza City.
The evidence is irrefutable.
UNICEF's Tess Ingram is at an aid distribution site in Deir al-Bala in central Gaza. She says many families are lucky to get one meal a day.
Many of the parents I spoke to told me that they often skip eating anything from that meal so that the children can eat.
She met a mother with a 1-year-old who is about to die and a 2-year-old whose hair has fallen out and is losing his vision.
She doesn't know what else to do. She's watching her children die before her, and she's in a parent's worst nightmare.
Ingram says Israel must allow more aid to get in. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
Israel calls that report false and biased. The defense minister is vowing to destroy Gaza City if Hamas doesn't agree to release all the remaining hostages and end the war on Israel's terms. Lyle Menendez goes before a California parole board a day after his brother Eric was denied his bid to go free, more than 36 years after the two men murdered their parents. CBS's Katrina Kaufman.
He'll have a different panel, so the chances are different. There are, a lot of things that are similar with these brothers. Something that could be another issue for Lyle is he was a bit older. He was already 21. He was in college. And a question they asked Eric is, why didn't you just leave home? Lyle was already out of the house.
A federal judge has ordered a detention center in Florida's Everglades, nicknamed Alligator Alcatraz, be shut down because of potential environmental hazards. Correspondent Nancy Cordes is at the White House.
Those plaintiffs argued that environmental reviews should have been completed before this site was hastily set up. Republican officials in Florida who backed the president's agenda countered that the facility isn't subject to federal requirements because it is run by the state.
Fed Chair Jerome Powell set to deliver the final keynote speech of his term at an annual gathering of central bankers in Jackson Hole, Wyoming next hour. Elephant in the room, interest rates. CBS's Amy Peakey.
Economists I spoke to believe he's going to be guarded about giving any hints about what the Fed might do with rates next month. And the issue is there are a couple more pieces of big economic data that are due to be released before that meeting. One of the big ones is the next jobs report that comes out September 5th.
This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. We offer auto, home, and commercial auto insurance, plus a variety of business insurance options. Visit Progressive.com today.
6:03 Friday morning. Sully is watching the roads.
And we've already had a couple of crashes this morning. They both have cleared, but kind of done some damage. Northbound 167 had the worst of it. We had a crash right after 180th that blocked 2 out of 3 lanes for a little bit, and we're still running about 10 minutes behind schedule at 25 minutes from Auburn to Renton. And
it's a reminder that, yes, it doesn't get there very often, and only when it really has to.
Yeah.
What?
It's really early.
6:03.
$15 in the express toll
Friday
lanes.
light.
Yeah, well, I expect it to drop down pretty precipitously because of where this crash was. In order to get in that hot lane, the hot lane was the only lane getting by. So what they did is they charge you $15 to start. So yeah, unusual and super early. I told you guys would love my first report. And then Renton to Bellevue's running right around 20. The other crash we had was about southbound 405 near Beardsley, getting down into Bothell. It's over on the right shoulder now. Not big of a deal behind it. 35 minutes Everett to Bellevue, 35 from Everett to Seattle as well. 35, a popular number. That's what we have from Federal Way to Seattle and Olympia into Tacoma. This report brought to you by Closets by Design, custom storage solutions for closets, garages, home offices, and more. Go to Closets by Design to see the current specials or call them 1-800 by Design.
Now, the latest from KIRO News Radio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Good morning. It's 6:04. President Trump's border czar says he quietly visited Seattle and Tacoma this week.
Tom Homan posted on social media that he met with federal immigration agents and Border Patrol, something he told the Jason Ranch Show on Seattle Red 770 AM last month he would do.
Just to get with the folks at ICE and let them know, look, you're not alone here. The president has your back, secretary's got your back, I got your back.
This comes just days after U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi threatened criminal charges against Governor Bob Ferguson if he doesn't comply with federal immigration policies. Homan says sanctuary cities are only sanctuaries for criminals. Bondi says she'll cut funding and send federal agents to cities that don't cooperate and may prosecute officials like Ferguson. But Governor Ferguson pushed back, saying Washington's policies are legal, calling Bondi's threats baseless.
A former congressional candidate here in Washington says her husband has been taken into ICE custody.
Mohammed Zahid Chaudhry, a Pakistani native and U.S. military veteran, was arrested during a citizenship interview in Tukwila. His wife Melissa says agents didn't tell them why, but her husband did plead guilty to fraud charges in Australia back in 1996, something she says was the equivalent of a parking ticket.
It's far beyond the look-back period for good moral character when it comes to naturalization, especially for veterans.
According to the Olympian, he also lied on a U.S. visa application in 2001, but Melissa had no comment on that. Frank Lindsay, KIRO News Radio.
Washington's governor and attorney general say there's no need to change how state prisons share information with immigration authorities. The Washington State Standard reports some Democratic lawmakers disagree and want the Department of Corrections to stop sending weekly lists of new inmates to ICE. They say it's not required by law and could lead to unnecessary deportations. Governor Ferguson says the current policy strikes the right balance. Attorney General Nick Brown agrees, saying the law protects public safety.
It looks like a car or a truck has blown up in a Federal Way neighborhood. KIRO 7 TV's Eric Thomas is at the scene.
We're on 308th Street, just east of 20th Avenue, and I can tell you as we look over here, there's about half a dozen patrol cars. A public information officer has not come out here yet, but there's glass on the ground. The car seemingly in the driveway a couple feet from us seems to have blown up this morning, some sort of an explosion. We don't have any further details here, but you can see just as much debris as well, either on the ground or around the neighborhood. We also got a tip from neighbors that say this explosion actually blew out the glass in some houses around here as well.
No reports of any injuries so far. Our Luke Ducey is on the way to the scene, and we'll get an update from him as soon as we know more.
Keeping you informed since 1974. This is the city's longest-running radio news show.
Seattle's morning news on KIRO News Radio.
Oh, we missed you, Amanda.
I'm glad to be back.
I am glad you're back, too. You know, you could have just taken a 5-day weekend instead of bifurcating it.
I didn't want to miss Friday. I
Yeah.
love Fridays around here. I love every day, but in particular Friday.
Okay, well, I hope you had a couple good days off.
I
It's
did.
Good to
My
have you
daughter's
here.
starting high school, and she had her first high school event, so I had to help out a little bit.
How fun.
Yeah.
Very cool. Okay, well, I'm Charlie. That is Manda. Sully is here. Sully, you have to be well-behaved and no belching in the studio.
I'm
when
back.
We're
Why
off
is
air.
that?
Because I'm back.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, that never stopped me while you
No,
before,
it didn't.
right?
I'm just one of the boys, apparently.
Yeah, David Burbank is here. Nick Frasha is in the control room running the board. And, of course, we have Katrina Gashard, who will be following the day's top stories in the newsroom.
This hour of Seattle's Morning News is sponsored by American Crawl Space and Pest Control.
And coming up this hour of the show,
I'm really excited to share with you the story of the Asher House. I spoke with Lee Asher, and the Asher House is a large-scale animal sanctuary in Oregon, and we're going to talk about the animals that he rescues.
And speaking of animal rescue, there's a plea from the Auburn Valley Humane Society. Check this out. They got 80 dogs surrendered to them this week. We'll speak to the folks there about how that happened and what you can do to help.
It's now 6:08. King County Executive candidate Claudia Balducci is announcing a plan to fight retail theft after Kroger announced the closure of 6 local stores because of crime. KIRO Newsradio's Luke Ducey has more from Kent.
King County Councilmember Claudia Balducci is calling for a permanent regional task force to combat retail theft.
I hear as a representative from small businesses, sheer theft that is going on. People coming in and taking inventory and leaving, and it is very hard on our businesses.
Balducci has the support of former King County Sheriff Sue Rahr, who says most of retail theft across the region is perpetrated by organized crime or people addicted to drugs who are working for organized crime. In Kent, Luke Ducey, KIRO News Radio.
Balducci's challenger, Gurmay Zahale, is proposing a region-wide public-private partnership to fight retail theft.
An 18-month undercover operation dubbed Operation Summer Heat leads to the arrest of more than a dozen members of a violent Tacoma street gang. Federal prosecutors say the gang members used female couriers to bring fentanyl in checked luggage from Arizona to SeaTac Airport. Agent Colin Jackson with Homeland Security Investigations.
The Knockout Crips is a transnational criminal organization whose illicit activity posed a significant threat to public safety in the greater Tacoma area.
Most of those arrested face charges for a conspiracy to distribute controlled substances.
A brutal auto shop attack in Everett was caught on surveillance video earlier this month. Now, Everett police are urgently searching for the suspect. The footage shows a man repeatedly punching a worker inside the lobby, leaving him unconscious with severe head trauma. A second employee was also injured. Barnabas Gilman is the owner of Emily's Garage and spoke with KIRO 7 TV.
I'm emotionally upset because 2 of my employees have been assaulted, and I've known them for many years.
Investigators believe the attack may be linked to a prior dispute over a failed vehicle inspection involving a woman who recorded the incident on TikTok. The suspect took off in a silver or gray Honda Passport.
Future of Sean Kemp's freedom and businesses remains unclear. Today, the Supersonics star turned pot shop owner will be sentenced after pleading guilty to second-degree assault. Kemp now faces months of jail time and uncertainty about his partial ownership of Kemp's cannabis. Brian Smith is with the Washington Liquor and Cannabis Board saying felony convictions make it difficult to renew a cannabis license.
It's up to the board to make those decisions. Our guidelines say no. If you've been convicted of a felony within 10 years, our guidelines would say not to go forward with that license.
If his license were denied, other owners would need to remove Kemp from the shop's license to continue operating.
Well, the Seahawks are getting ready. It's a Blue Friday, you know. Seahawks are getting ready to play the Packers. And yesterday they joined a Green Bay tradition that's been rolling since 1958. Local kids offer their bikes to the football players who ride them from Lambeau Field to practice. It's about a quarter mile across parking lots and city streets, and quarterback Drew Lock's tiny ride was metallic blue with gold wheels.
Should have picked a bigger one.
Wide receiver Derek Young chose a little teal bike with pink streamers and a purple basket on the handlebars.
No brakes?
Didn't have any brakes. Sound courtesy of the News Tribune. No one's really sure how the tradition started, but it's older than Vince Lombardi's time in Green Bay.
Now, that fighting they had as well, was it over the bikes?
No.
Okay.
No.
Yeah, that was wild to watch.
It was a wild
You
day.
don't see many of these joint practices either, so
No.
that is fun.
You got to check out the video of the guys on the bikes.
Okay,
Very
all
cute.
right. Packers, though.
I know.
All right, it's 6:12. Let's check the weather. It's brought to you by State Roofing and Exteriors. And Nick, I got the alert on my phone this morning, an extreme heat warning.
For the Cascade foothills, yes. And those spots may have temperatures getting into the triple-digit range, especially tomorrow. Today, they'll be in the low to mid-90s, but you could easily see some spots in the Cascade foothills getting into the mid-90s to triple digits. So you got a lot of heat coming your way. The majority of us have a heat advisory through Monday, and that's going to mean today at least upper 80s around Seattle, low 90s in Olympia, low to mid-90s in the Cascade foothills. And then tomorrow, we're going to be, say, at 90 in Seattle, 95 in Olympia, probably in the mid-80s for Everett, and possibly mid to upper 90s and lower triple digits for the foothills. I do think you'll continue to see that on Sunday. A few places will be slightly cooler. I think it's pretty much going to be a repeat, so another 90-degree day, and same thing for everywhere else in the 90s and maybe triple digits for the foothills. By Monday, it gets ever so slightly cooler. I mean, a couple degrees cooler. So I think I have us at 88 or something versus 90, and then a little cooler again Tuesday, more like into the mid 80s. That's why we issued it as a pinpoint alert, because it's a long stretch of heat. Even if it's not, the hottest stuff we've had all summer, it's consistently, 4 or 5 days in a row. Overnight lows are going to be pretty darn warm. Fire danger is very high, and there will probably be some haze coming in from east of the Cascades. Right now, it doesn't look like it would impact air quality all that much. I think you just see it in the upper levels or higher up or elevated, but closer to the Cascade foothills you may have some of that mixed in. So the bottom line is, it's the time to think about friends and neighbors that don't have access to a way to cool off or may just be homebound and can't get out. It's thinking about your pets. If you're going to the Evergreen State Fair, go enjoy it, but remember, it's hot and you're going to need some water, sunblock, all that stuff. It's just one of those reminders we put out there to make sure you are prepared for days on end of hot weather.
Okay, we'll be in touch. Thank you, Nick. It's 57 and clear in Seattle.
And time for a check on traffic once again. Here's Sully.
And just like that, we went from $15 to $1. If you'd have gotten on the road 1 minute later, you might have been okay. But we're looking much better on the Valley Freeway, back down to about 20 minutes out of Auburn after an earlier crash. Just a little bit of braking there, approaching 405. And then Renton to Bellevue is only about 17 minutes. Federal Way to Seattle, nice and easy at 35. Not too bad as we work our way through Bothell now. After that earlier crash near Beardsley, we've got about 35 minutes from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue. Olympia to Tacoma, no issues. Lake bridges are fine. This report brought to you by Washington 811. If you're digging in your yard, the law requires you to call 811 to avoid dangerous and costly damage. Call 811, submit online, digsafewa.com.
Seattle's morning news. Always live, always connected. Stream, watch, subscribe, and share at mynorthwest.com.
Well, my co-host Charlie has 3 dogs. I have 3 dogs. So let's talk about dogs. We're dog lovers in Seattle. There is a place in Salem, Oregon, where more than 200 rescue animals are living their best lives. Many of them rescued from the Humane Societies of Tacoma and Skagit County. We're talking dogs, cats, horses, goats, even pigs. And it's all thanks to the Asher House Animal Sanctuary. The man behind it is Lee Asher. He's joining us on Seattle's Morning News to talk about the mission. Welcome to the show, Lee.
My pleasure, Amanda. Thank you so much for having me.
Okay, so I had a video on, one of your videos on in the newsroom yesterday, and a colleague walked by and said, oh, look at all those dogs. They are in heaven. Oh, wait, they're following that guy. They just follow him around? And that property, where is that, Ireland? It is so beautiful. So just tell us about the Asher House and the property itself and how y'all got started.
Yeah, thank you. It really is heaven. It's the most magical, I think it's the most magical place in the world, especially for animals. I started the Asher House in 2017. There was, for me, I thought there was not enough information. There was not enough footage or not enough voices for the amazing dogs waiting to get adopted at the shelters all across the country. I felt like a lot of people weren't physically going to animal shelters because they were afraid of them and they were too sad, and they thought that the only dogs that were going to be there were either really sick or really aggressive. And I just couldn't take it anymore. I spent most of my childhood and my entire adult life going to the shelter as much as I could, pretty much every single day. And I felt, I felt responsible to share these dogs' voices and to show how amazing they are. And in 2017, I really just couldn't take it anymore, and I quit my job. I bought an RV. I sold everything that I had. I had 6 dogs at the time. They joined me on this Asher House mission, which was to travel around the country in its entirety and go to as many shelters as possible and show people all of these amazing dogs waiting to get adopted. And that's what I did. I thought I was going to be on the road for 90 days. It ended up becoming my life's purpose, and I was on the road for a little over 2 years. We got over 500 dogs adopted, and then COVID happened. And when COVID happened, I really formed this belief system that nothing in life happens to us. It happens for us. Our darkest moments, the worst days of our life, no matter how painful, there's so much growth there and so much opportunity. And when COVID happened, I was, lost for just a moment, because here I had this amazing mission. My social media was following. We were getting dogs adopted, but I could no longer go to shelters or travel around the country. I even I eventually wound up with 11 dogs. So I started with 6. I adopted a few dogs along the way, and we went all over Canada. So I really, my purpose was just getting started. And when COVID happened, I, for a moment, thought it was the end. And I said, why is this happening to me? But it happened for me, and it happened for the animals, because it inspired me to get off the road and start the Asher House Animal Sanctuary, which I did in 2020. It was in Estacada, Oregon, on 25 acres. We quickly outgrew it. And just 3 years ago this month, we moved to Salem, Oregon, 240 acres, where now we have over 150 dogs. We have over 30 horses, pigs, goats, alpacas, really just building this childhood dream that I have to inspire people all over the world with one rescue at a time. And that's what we've been doing. And we're still babies in this. We're still learning. We're doing something that is not being done. There's no blueprint for it. It's just me, this crazy kid with a vision. And I've been able to bring in the best of the best people to help bring this vision to life. And I truly couldn't do it. Like you say that I'm this star that has this following. I'm really good at telling these animal stories. I love people. There's a lot of animal rescuers out there. They always say I hate people, but I love animals. And I have no hate in my heart. It takes people, good people, to save animals. And I want to bring these people together and grow this mission and hopefully get to a point where I can inspire others to use their money for what I use my money for, to buy land, to create sanctuaries, to give and to help others, And it's just the beginning, and I couldn't do it without this community, without people like you who tell our story. And I really think we're on to something that's just truly world-changing.
We're talking with Lee Asher of the Asher House in Salem. It is gorgeous. The animals are just thriving. Talk to me more about, in our limited time, the pack walks, because I think it's stunning to watch these dogs just follow you. Why do they respond to you the way they do? I've never seen anything like it.
It really is, and I feel incredibly grateful for that responsibility. The sanctuary really is a magical place. It's really interesting. If you watch these rescue videos, you can see not every dog, but not like 99% of the dogs that we get have severe behavioral issues, severe traumatic stories that have happened to them. And they come to the sanctuary and they feel the safety, they feel the peace. When I meet a dog, I get a lot of backlash for this because I hold the dog very tightly or I kiss the dog on the face, but nothing I do is to impress the audience. My priority is making that dog feel safe and loved. And sometimes it's these dogs or these animals' very first time being held like that, feeling love, feeling affection. And it's their very first time feeling safe. And once they do, they just don't want to leave my side. And when they see my relationship with the other dogs, they want more of that. And we become a very strong pack. And the dogs do a lot of work, right? The dogs are teaching the new dogs that I am safe, that the property is safe, that they can be themselves, they can run, they can be free, they can make mistakes.
We are just about out of time, but I do want to ask, can I come along next time you're in town for a rescue day?
Without question. It's I've had a few people join me, and it makes me so happy that they're able to see how authentic and beautiful that experience is, because you're walking through the shelters and you're seeing these dogs who have no idea why they're there, and they just want to be free, and you're able to be a part of that experience, and there truly is nothing like it. So I would love you to be a part of it. You have amazing energy. I think you're an awesome human being already, and you can come on as many as you'd like, Manda, truly.
Before I let you go, I have to ask how you start most of your videos, because your light shines through. And you always say, go ahead.
I hope you have a beautiful day.
Hope you have a beautiful day. I hope you do too, and I hope we can chat again soon. If you'd like to help the Asher House, just go to theasherhouse.com.
It's 6:23. Manda, that was lovely.
Oh, man, he's amazing.
Yeah.
Very
You watch.
cool.
You're always watching those videos in the newsroom, too.
I spend a lot of my time watching dog videos.
All right, it's 6:23. Let's head over to the traffic desk. And Sully, it's been kind of a rocky start.
Yeah, it has, but we've kind of made it through the storm. So we've got some calm seas right now, which is great. Especially on the Valley Freeway. We had about a 10 or 12-minute delay earlier after a crash up near 180th. It's over on the shoulder now. And just the car left, no emergency vehicles. So we're back down to about 40 minutes from Puyallup to Renton. Do have some slowing through the CD lanes there, through the ramp meters there, getting up into the 405 corridor, but we're under 20 minutes up to Bellevue, so that's not too bad. Whatever time you lose, you will pick up. The Federal Way to Seattle drive is running 35 minutes. Really nice, easy drive for you guys today. Olympia to Tacoma, definitely Friday light. Looking at the drive across the lake, no issues for you guys. We've started to pick up a little bit of action on southbound 5 right near the golf course there in Mount Lake Terrace at the Edmonds exit, and also seeing a little bit in Canyon Park. We had an earlier crash there, but we're under 40 minutes from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue, so let's try to get through it. KIRO News Radio Real-Time Traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
Speaking of trying to get through it, it's going to be very toasty. Heat advisory in effect. 87 for today in the sunshine. Mostly sunny, and 90 for tomorrow and Sunday. We'll cool off just a tad on Monday into the upper 80s, mid 80s by Tuesday. But hang in there. We'll get through it together. Right now in Seattle, sunshine and 63.
Coming up, KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey is on his way to Federal Way. Police are investigating a car explosion in the middle of a neighborhood. We'll check in with Luke as soon as we can. We'll also have the opening bell report.
The G and Ursula Show.
There are topics that we bring up. Guns, climate change.
Weekdays 9 to noon.
And when you get to those topics, and everybody's going to go crazy. People who feel
that they can't do anything.
Exactly.
Are you willing to drive any less than you do?
Hell
Are you willing
no.
to? Man, you didn't even hesitate. On
No,
other people
I'm not
to
getting
do
no
the public.
I got to get to where I got to get to.
When I'm retired, I want to rely on public transit. I want to be the one that takes light rail.
No, you don't, Ursula. You don't want to be worried about walking down the street.
Watch live on YouTube and the KIRO Newsradio app.
For over 50 years, Buc-ee's has provided oil changes, brakes, factory service, and more with expertise and good old-fashioned customer service. No appointment needed, friendly financing available. Visit Buc-ee's.com.
Spike O'Neill here with Dr. Matthew Sharp, owner of Sharp Vision Modern LASIK and Lens. Dr. Sharp, I am amazed at the brightness and the clarity that I didn't even realize I'd lost before I had my procedure. How's that even possible?
A lot of people don't realize that. As you get older, the lens not only is less flexible, but it gets less transparent. And gradually, even in our 40s, 50s, 60s, the lens variety does get less transparent. So you get more glare at night, more halos, loss of contrast sensitivity, loss of some color vision or decreased color
exactly
vision.
What I was seeing.
And so when we replace that lens that gets cloudier and cloudier with a crystal clear lens, all of the light gets through, all of the clarity, all the brightness, all the colors. And again, with the multifocal lenses that we have, it's sort of like a bifocal built in, so you can see near and far.
Give the folks at Sharp Vision Modern LASIK and Lens a call at 425-451-2020 or online at sharp-vision.com. Sharper-than-e-vision.com.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Eric Butler here, General Manager at Kia of Everett. Thinking about going electric? Now is the time. The clock is ticking on thousands in federal and state EV tax credits that end September 30th. Add that to what you'll already be saving at Kia of Everett on our huge selection of award-winning, dependable Kia EVs, from the stylish Niro to the powerful EV9. Take advantage of this opportunity. Stop by today or visit KiaofEverett.com.
The best drive you'll ever take is to Kia of Everett. Simple, easy, fun.
When you own a business, it feels like everything's on you. Orders, deliveries, employees, on you. That's why Comcast Business is giving you a year of mobile on us with your internet service. Really? Yep. We'll cover your first line of mobile for 1 year. So calling customers, getting directions, texting Janine and shipping, on us. The broken coffee maker? That one's still on you, which means you'll save hundreds for your business and get the fastest mobile service with 5G cellular and Wi-Fi hotspots on us. But hurry, this deal won't last long. Get a mobile plan and free up the budget to maybe, I don't know, fix that coffee maker? Get mobile on us for 1 year, you guessed it, on us. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 10/9/25. Restrictions apply. New mobile customers only with internet standard service or above. Limited to value of one unlimited intro line apply via 12 monthly internet bill credits. One discount per account. Fastest mobile based on mobile Wi-Fi and cellular data in service areas. Ookla Speed Test Intelligence 2H24.
Goodbye baseball. Home runs in 3 consecutive games. Cal Raleigh, the big dumper.
The Mariners' postseason push is on, and there's a whole new way to be part of the action. Introducing the Home Stretch Flex Plan, a $500 membership that gives you the freedom to choose your games and seats for the rest of the season, all while saving 5% on tickets and no fees.
Strike 3 call. Triple digits to end it and complete the sweep.
You can use your credit however you want. Go big with club seats for a couple high-stakes showdowns, or stretch it out into the final series against the Dodgers. And the best part? Home Stretch Flex members get priority access to our postseason presale. That means you're first in line when October comes calling. The team is locked in.
J.P. Crawford! Game winner walk-off fashion in the ninth inning.
And now it's time to bring the energy down the stretch. Come on board today at mariners.com/homestretch. Mariners baseball. Try dance up.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contest are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on mynorthwest.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
This week at Dimitro's Jazz Alley, Grammy-nominated saxophonist Ravi Coltrane brings 4 nights of powerful, expressive jazz, August 21st through 24th. A living legacy on stage. Tickets at jazzalley.com.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and mynorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Good morning, 6:31. Following developing news in Federal Way, where police are investigating what appears to be some kind of car explosion. This happened at South 308th Street, just east of 20th Avenue South.
KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey is on the scene in that neighborhood. And Luke, you told us when you pulled up there, you said, holy smokes, this is insane. What are you seeing?
Exactly, but that's not the word I used because I've never seen anything like this before in all of my years reporting, which is a long, long time. This is like something out of the movies. Right in front of a house here, let me tell you where I am, South 308th and 20th and Federal Way, right next to the lake here. There is a red car, what used to be a red car, that is now, I mean, you can see kind of like a steering wheel. I can see like shards and pieces of metal, like kind of like hanging in different directions. The back of that car blew off into the air and landed about 50 feet away. There's glass about 60 feet away. There are other car parts down the road the other way. I mean, it's all over. It has smashed out part of a house here. It like a bomb went off inside that car. Now, we don't know if it was a bomb or what caused that explosion. Certainly it was an explosion, though. It rocked this community. Neighbors like Vicky, who, you're going to hear from her in about a half an hour from now when I put her soundbite together, but it woke her up, and she came down here and took a first look with me, and she had the same reaction. There were some curse words, and oh my God, I've never seen anything like that. Tough to describe, but I tell you, I've got photos on my X in social media, my X account right now, at Luke KIRO. We're going to get those up on mynorthwest.com as soon as possible as well, so you can see for yourself. But again, we don't know much here. The bomb squad is here. There are about almost 10 or 11 police cars still here securing the scene. So they're not working the scene right now. They're waiting to go in there, but there are car parts all over this neighborhood. It is incredible. Check out those photos, but that's the very latest. We're waiting for a public information officer to get here to the scene anytime now. That's what we have for you now, but oh my gosh, I've never seen anything like it. It's like something out of the movies.
Okay, Luke, yeah, we're looking at pictures of that mangled wreckage. Something to be seen. We'll check that out online. 6:33 now.
President Trump's border czar says he quietly visited Seattle and Tacoma this week. Tom Homan posted that he met with immigration agents and Border Patrol just days after U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi threatened to prosecute Governor Bob Ferguson over sanctuary policies. This was Bondi on Fox News.
You better comply or you're next.
Homan says sanctuary cities protect criminals. Governor Ferguson fired back, calling Bondi's threats baseless and saying Washington's policies follow the law. He says the state won't back down from protecting immigrant communities.
Federal, state, and local law enforcement announced arrests following an 18-month undercover investigation targeting fentanyl distribution in Tacoma. With the story, here's James Lynch.
The 18-month undercover operation targeted the Knockout Crip street gang based in Tacoma. Investigators say female couriers brought large quantities of fentanyl pills and powder in checked luggage from Arizona through SeaTac. U.S. Attorney Tom Woods.
A violent drug organization that sold and moved thousands of fentanyl pills at any given time.
15 people were arrested and will be charged with, among other things, conspiracy to distribute controlled substances. In Tacoma, James Lynch, KIRO News Radio.
We need to check traffic now. We do that every 10 minutes for you, and Chris Sullivan has the latest.
And we're enjoying a pretty good Friday out there. Fast Friday, Fresh Friday, whatever you want to call it, Friday light. Just a little bit of braking here and there. One of the spots, southbound 405, right there through Canyon Park, right through the weaving and merging. You're going to need about 40 minutes to go from Everett down into Bellevue, only 35 from Everett into Seattle. So the I-5 corridor is in pretty good shape. Even northbound I-5, if you're leaving Olympia this morning, you're really not going to hit the brakes much at all on the entire drive to Seattle. I mean, it's only 30 minutes to Tacoma, and Federal Way to Seattle's only 35, so that's pretty good. Federal Way to Seattle, I just gave you Puyallup to Renton. We're going to go at about 35 minutes as well. Renton to Bellevue's a little hot through the S-curves, but overall under 20 minutes to make the drive. The lake bridges are good. This report brought to you by Subaru of Puyallup. Headed to work. Subaru Puyallup Service Department opens at 5 a.m. 6 days a week with expert technicians to care for your car. Subaru of Puyallup, your stress-free dealership.
Heat wave is upon us. We expect to have a high of 87 in Seattle today. On the weekend, Saturday and Sunday, forecast high both days right around 90. We're talking around 100 in the Cascade foothills. Cool back down in Seattle on Monday to 87, 86 Tuesday. Right now in Seattle, it's clear and 63.
And at 6:36, it's time for the opening bell report. An epic battle has been waged with our money recent years, and my computer has just gone blank.
Okay. Well, Mark Hamrick has an update on the tension between retail prices, what we pay, and wages, or what we earn.
Have wages caught up with prices? I'm Mark Hamrick with a Bankrate.com Personal Finance Minute. Even after years of strong pay increases, wages still haven't fully caught up with inflation. According to Bankrate's 2025 Wage to Inflation Index, prices have risen 22.7% since early 2021. Wages are up 21.5%, so that leaves a shortfall of 1.2 percentage points. This is progress compared to the worst of it. The gap peaked at nearly 5 points in 2022. Households are paying more than they're earning back still. Americans are noticing. Bankrate's Consumer Sentiment Survey finds more than half say the economy is on the wrong track. And one likely reason is their pay still hasn't fully recovered from the post-pandemic surge in prices. Is there good news? Perhaps. In industries like retail, healthcare, and hospitality, wages have outpaced inflation. But in areas including education, construction, and manufacturing, paychecks are still falling short. For more, check out Bankrate.com. I'm Mark Hamrick.
I'm back. Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell is set to deliver a speech at the Fed's annual Economic Symposium in Jackson Hole, Wyoming today. Amy Peakey is Associate Managing Editor for CBS Money Watch. She explains one of the things the central bank has been keeping an eye on when it comes to their interest rate decision. This will be Powell's last address at Jackson Hole before his term ends in May.
I think one of the big questions is, why hasn't inflation gone up more than it has? Because at the beginning of the year, when Trump announced all these tariffs, there were forecasts from a lot of economists saying, well, inflation is going to rise pretty quickly. But so far, it really hasn't. It's been relatively modest. But Powell said at the press conference last month for the Fed rate decision meeting that he thinks the tariffs will start hitting inflation later this summer and into the fall.
The Labor Department reports the number of people collecting unemployment benefits has jumped to 1.97 million, the highest since November of 2021. Your CBS News contributor and business editor, Harger Manda.
There are nearly 2 million people that have been out of work for an extended period of time. They're claiming benefits, and this means they're having a really hard time trying to find jobs. So all that said, claims are slowly reasserting its importance to the market, mainly because they're transmitting a clear signal of an employment sector that's just in limbo. We're not getting mass firings. That's a good thing. The unemployment rate is pretty steady around above 4%, but it's getting harder for people without jobs to find employment.
Saks Fifth Avenue is back in the Puget Sound area. This time, it's not a big store. It's a tiny personal shopping suite. A luxury retailer just opened what they call the Fifth Avenue Club inside the Intercontinental Hotel in Bellevue. It's only 600 square feet, by appointment only. Clients get one-on-one service tailored to their style. This comes after Saks Off Fifth closed in Seattle's Westlake Center last summer. That was their only location in the region.
On Wall Street right now, the Dow Jones Industrial Average is up 288 points. The S&P 500 is ahead by 26, and the NASDAQ has gained 52.
A word for KIRO 7 News, live starting at 4. It's news that puts you there so you can see for yourself. News that's happening now so you're ready. News that investigates to get you answers. News that's local because where you live matters. No more, no now on KIRO 7 News at 4, 5, and 6 p.m.
What's coming up in traffic, Sully?
Well, we're going to take a look at the 405 drive coming down from the Linwood area. We'll break it down for you next.
The opening bell is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital's Northwest Fund.
You never know what's in store each morning once you hit the road.
We've got a major traffic alert in effect right now.
While you're getting ready every morning, make us part of your routine.
What morning, huh?
Yeah, got off to an early start.
Just tell your smart speaker to play KIRO Newsradio or stream us on the app.
Both directions of I-5 are closed.
We'll help you get where you're going faster.
Maybe bail at 512.
KIRO Newsradio. We're on your smart speaker, the app, and 97.3 FM.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with XFi Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
KIRO News Radio has your chance to win 4 tickets to the Seahawks season opener, Sunday, September 7th. Open the KIRO Radio News app, click the Win tab in the bottom right corner, and enter to win. You can enter once per day, so the more times you enter through the KIRO News Radio app, the better your odds will be. Do it every day, August 19th through the 25th. Details and rules at mynorthwest.com/win. From the station where the 12s hear the Hawks, KIRO News Radio.
Every jersey tells a story.
So many people dressed in Seahawk blue.
From unforgettable touchdowns.
Touchdown, Seahawks! Jackson Smith-Njigba, Johnny on the spot.
To game-changing hits.
He gets hit again. Leonard Williams drags him down.
To memorable catches.
Jordan dropping back to pass in the end zone. The largest touchdown, Seahawks!
History lives in every thread. Shop official Seahawks jerseys in-store at Lumen Field, The Landing in Renton, or online at Seahawks.com/ProShop.
6:43 now. Chris Sullivan is at the traffic desk.
And we are seeing some braking here and there, but overall, this is a Friday light across the board. We've earned it. And so seeing a little bit of slowing there through Canyon Park, but under 40 minutes from Everett to Bellevue is a very good travel time. We're under 40 as well from Everett to Seattle. So for the folks who've been fighting through I-5 this week and 405, this isn't too bad. Just got a question coming at me from southbound I-5, just south of 512, wondering why you kind of come to an all-stop there just south of the 512 interchange. Turns out it looks like we've got a stall with some lights over on the right-hand shoulder on the ramp from 512 or Pacific Highway there to get down onto I-5, and that's causing just a slight early merge for that on-ramp. Once you're right through that, just that little kernel of slowing, you get right through it. But that's the situation. You're kind of slow from 512 for about a quarter of a mile. After that, going south looks really good. I-5 northbound Olympia to Tacoma's 30 minutes or less. Then the Federal Way to Seattle's running under 40. We're under 40 from Puyallup up to Renton. The Renton S-curves are a little thick at the top, but overall 22 minutes to make the drive is really good. The lake bridges are fine. This report brought to you by Home Comfort Alliance. You can save 50 to 75% by combining tax credits, rebates, and incentives on a new heat pump from Home Comfort Alliance. Visit homecomfortalliance.com.
Our forecast, usually I get excited when it says plentiful sunshine. However, when that's accompanied by 87, we're going to get hot for the weekend. Heat advisories in effect today, right on through Monday. 87 in Seattle today, warmer toward the foothills. For both days on the weekend, mostly sunny, and 90 in Seattle. Could approach triple digits near the foothills, and then Monday back down to about 87. Right now, sunshine and 63 in Seattle.
In today's edition of Sully Saying I Have No Idea Who That Is.
What?
A rap star is in trouble with the law, and here's Katrina with details.
Alrighty, 26-year-old rapper Lil Nas X. Nothing, Sully? No.
Oh, I know of him. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm an R&B hip hop kind of guy, and I'm a big fan of one-hit wonders.
Okay. Well, all right. I think you'll like this hit, but some bad news. He's been arrested in LA and he was taken to a hospital. Here's his hit, though, from a few years ago.
I got the horses in the bag. Horse stock is
all right. I got the nod of approval from Sully. So
come on. My son went to school in Montana. This song got played a lot as country music.
Over and over.
At games and things like
especially with Billy Ray. Okay, well, police say they suspect that Lil Nas X overdosed before he was found walking around in his underwear and a pair of white cowboy boots. He also had a traffic cone on his head. Police claim that he charged at them when they tried to approach him. After the rapper was released from the hospital, he was booked on suspicion of misdemeanor and obstructing an officer.
I watched this video several times thinking maybe it was just a publicity stunt or something, but boy, something was very off.
Something's off there, but at least he's out of the hospital, so hopefully he's getting the care he needs.
Maybe he wanted to join my traffic team.
With a cone.
Yeah.
Maybe.
6:46, the Seahawks regular season is approaching. We want to send one of you and 3 friends to watch the Hawks game on September 7th. All you need to do is open the KIRO Newsradio app, click the Win tab to find out how. If you don't already have the app, simply text APP to 888-973-5476. We'll send you a link to download. You can enter daily to increase your chances to win. The contest runs through Monday, August 25th.
It's now 6:47, and coming up, we're going to talk with Katrina McGrath from the Auburn Valley Humane Society. They just had a huge influx of pups into their shelter. They need your help, and we'll talk with her about that next here on Seattle's Morning News.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
We've got a style of play no one wants to go up against. Big hits that turn the tides in our favor. Noise that shakes opponents to their core.
That was 112 decibels in that last tackle.
Disruption is in our DNA.
It's intercepted! Seahawks ball! Interception made by Love!
Celebrating 50 seasons of Seahawks football.
Break back, throws it! Touchdown! Touchdown Seahawks!
Visit Seahawks.com/tickets today.
Most roofers around here give you one option. 2 if you're lucky. Asphalt shingles and maybe metal. That's like going to a restaurant and the only thing on the menu is salad. Sure, there are a few kinds, but they're all pretty much the same, and none of them will keep you satisfied for long. I'm Jim Singletary, Chief Roof Nerd at RoofSmart, and we serve up real choices. Yeah, we do asphalt shingles, sure, but what about something more substantial, like EuroShield rubber tiles that last a lifetime? Or a beautiful, durable metal roof that can handle Seattle's weather like a champ. We even install cedar shake, stone, copper, and walkable rooftop decks. Most roofers stick to what's easy. At RoofSmart, we offer what's best for you. Now, those are what we call options. For anything is possible roofing, call RoofSmart at 206-487-4877 or visit GetRoofSmart.com today. That's 206-487-4877 or online at GetRoofSmart.com.
Seattle's Morning News on KIRO News Radio.
6:49 now. A massive animal surrender took place in Auburn this week, leading to the addition of 82 new dogs to the Auburn Valley Humane Society, bringing that shelter way over capacity.
They need help. We are joined by CEO of Operations and Animal Care at the Auburn Valley Humane Society, Katrina McGrath. Katrina, how did this happen? 82 dogs, where'd they come from?
Hi, good morning. Yes, so they came from a community member here in Auburn who just had a situation that grew out of hand. But fortunately, she was willing to work with animal control to make sure that the dogs were able to get out of that situation and move on to better life. And so we were happy to join in that operation and help out.
How does this rank in terms of the size of this surrender? Have you seen anything bigger?
I know that other organizations have dealt with larger, operations, around 100 animals. However, we actually are not done. So we're currently at 82. We still have more dogs to get out of the house, and we do anticipate we're probably going to be closer to 100. Yeah. We don't actually have a count on how many more dogs are left. But hopefully in the next few days, we'll be able to get the rest out.
I'm speechless. They were all in a house. What were the conditions, and are the dogs okay?
So actually, the dogs are in really good condition. The woman really did care for them and prioritized their care over everything else. And while the housing situation was certainly not good, and I don't want to elaborate on that, the dogs themselves are actually, they're healthy weights. They, overall, pretty good health. The main concerns with them are fleas. A lot of fleas and a lot of skin issues that are associated with those fleas. So we do have a lot of, hair loss and scabbing, but that should be, quickly corrected. So that's just the main concern with them.
Katrina, I've been in the shelter several times with my kids, dropping off donations of food, money, what have you. This is not a big shelter that you have at Auburn Valley Humane. You got to be bursting at the gills. What can the community do to help you out right now?
Yeah, absolutely. So our capacity is for 50 animals. We've been over capacity all summer. Just prior to this, we were at about 71 animals in the shelter. So obviously taking in that number of animals is absolutely devastating for us. We don't have the space at all. We actually were very fortunate. We had a very quick response from a number of local organizations. Seattle Humane actually was able to come directly to the site and pick up dogs that very evening. Yesterday, we had Forgotten Dogs Rescue and Skagit Valley Humane Society come to the shelter, and they were able to take dogs as well. And then we do have the Humane Society for Tacoma and Pierce County coming today to take dogs. So that's an immense help. We do rely completely so much on donations, volunteers, and foster homes to be able to operate our shelter. And donations of towels and blankets are so helpful for things like this and for every day. Volunteers, it takes so many hands to care for this many dogs and the dogs and cats that we normally have in care. And then foster homes. We've had so many people reach out about fostering. We actually have a good list of people ready to step up and take in all the additional dogs that are likely coming in over the next couple of days. So that's great. So right now, I think the main thing is financial donations to cover the cost of all the care that they're receiving as we're intaking them. And then donations of, just our basic things like that we have on our wish list and
Katrina, could you give us maybe your website? We are running out of time here.
Yeah, our website is auburnvalleyhs.org.
All right, auburnvalleyhs.org. Katrina, thank you so much. That is Katrina McGrath with the Auburn Valley Humane Society. Over 100 dogs likely to be surrendered.
Let's get them some help, shall we?
Let's do it.
6:54, we need to get some help on the roads. Traffic now with Sully.
And we do have a couple of spots with some brake lights, but overall it's a Friday light. We have some slowing through Canyon Park and about a 42-minute trip now from Everett to Bellevue, but really not bad. Compare that to I-5, Everett to Seattle's running under 40 minutes total, so that's pretty good. The other side of 405 does have the brake lights through the Renton area, nothing super significant, 25 minutes to make it Renton to Bellevue. Behind that on the Valley Freeway, we're under 40, so that's pretty decent. Now, if you're on westbound 512 and you're trying to get to southbound I-5, watch out. There could be a little bit of slowing there at Lakewood. We've got the state patrol, a couple officers with this car right on the ramp from, Tacoma Way down to I-5. So plan on some delays there. KIRO Newsradio Real-Time Traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
Nearly half the homes in Western Washington are not properly insulated or not insulated at all. Sound like your home? Then call for your free inspection.
InsulationNorthwest.com. What up, everybody? It's G. Scott here. College students, listen up. Whether you're at a university, junior college, or tech school, Safeway's got your back with 5% off just for being a student. All you got to do is verify your student ID in the app and boom, instant savings and exclusive deals. And parents, I see you too. Make life easier with online shopping and delivery. If it's your first time using delivery, guess what? You get $30 off your first order. Now, here's the real game changer. Fresh Pass. Subscribe and enjoy unlimited free delivery and special offers. And if you use EBT, you get Fresh Pass for 50% off. Plus, big savings on fresh produce. That's right. Healthy food delivered and affordable. It's a lot of info, I know, but the savings are significant and worth the time. So if you have or know a college student, make sure they visit Safeway.com/4U. That's FOR and the letter U. Again, Safeway.com/4U.
When your name's on the paint job, your primer better hold up. Painters trust Kills primers for serious adhesion, stain blocking, and a finish that lasts. Now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same day or next day delivery, or order online and pick it up in store. Kills primers, pro results, faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Hey there, Dawn Riding with Olympic Hot Tub. It's our 48th birthday, and you get the gifts. Outstanding savings on saltwater hot spring spas, free Bluetooth music, and interest-free financing for 3 years. Plus, exciting savings on endless pool swim spas, saunas, and cold plunges. How's that for a birthday to remember? Ends August 24th. OlympicHotTub.com. Better you, better life.
Olympic Hot Tub. Well, I'm here with my good buddy, Dr. Dan Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. And you've heard from Dr. Dan's patients over the years how a simple stem cell procedure has successfully conquered their pain. Well, folks, now it's my turn. After years of dealing with knee pain from all the football abuse, I can say my knee pain now is almost 100% gone. How'd you do it, Dr. Dan?
Well, Brock, personally, I'm very happy that you did so well. And your story is like so many of our other patients who come in, former athletes and non-athletes as well, who have come in with chronic knee pain, and they are looking for alternatives besides knee replacement surgery. And we're happy to provide this service. It's been truly a game changer for so many folks. It's just been a pleasure to be part of this.
Consider Dr. Nelson, the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including stem cell therapy. I was in and out with a couple of follow-ups. It's a non-surgical solution to pain using your own stem cells. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD at 425-823-4000 or visit DanielNelsonMD.com. That's DanielNelsonMD.com.
You've worked hard, saved diligently, and now retirement is on the horizon. But will your nest egg go the distance? With rising cost and uncertain markets, there's no time for oversimplified plans. Hi, Jeff here with Madrona Financial and CPAs. Don't settle for a partial plan. Get the real deal by requesting your no-cost Madrona analysis today and discover what you may be missing. Call 833-673-7373 right now to request your analysis. That's 833-673-7373.
Hi, I'm Justin Shirley. We offer 0 down, 0 interest, and 0 payments for 24 months on new roofs. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF now. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio, KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle, Northwest News.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. FBI agents are combing former National Security Advisor John Bolton's home in Maryland and his office in Washington, D.C. this morning. The focus, whether he possessed or shared top secret information. Correspondent Michael Wallace has our top story.
Sources tell CBS News the searches are part of an investigation into the handling of classified documents. Bolton has not been detained or charged with any crime. He served as President Trump's national security advisor during Trump's first term, often clashing with the president over Iran, Afghanistan, and North Korea. The White House and the FBI are not commenting on the searches, but FBI Director Kash Patel did post on X, quote, "No one is above the law. FBI agents on mission."
Will he or won't he give an indication on whether the Fed will lower interest rates? That's the question, as Chair Jerome Powell gets set to deliver the final speech of his term before an annual gathering of central bankers in Jackson Hole. CBS's Amy Peakey.
They have been concerned that these tariffs are going to increase inflation. And if that happens, you don't want to cut rates because it could cause inflation to get worse. So he's been holding off.
Dow is up 610 in early trading. Israel is denying a new UN-backed report declaring an official famine in and around Gaza.
It is a famine openly promoted by some Israeli leaders as a weapon of war.
The UN's Tom Fletcher. Reporter Linda Gradstein has more from Jerusalem.
The report by a group called the IPC about famine in northern Gaza said that more than 500,000 Palestinians in Gaza, nearly a quarter of Gaza's population, is experiencing famine. Israel also said there has been an increase in aid deliveries in the past few weeks.
Lyle Menendez takes his turn before a California parole board a day after his brother Eric was denied his bid for freedom, more than 3 decades after the men murdered their parents. CBS's Carter Evans is in L.A.
Later this morning, the parole board will take on the case of Eric's brother, Lyle. He is now 57 years old. And this could be interesting because Lyle had a much better record in prison. But as the older brother, he was perceived as the mastermind behind the killings.
Hurricane Erin is now a Category 1 storm pushing its way out into the Atlantic, but the danger remains. CBS News meteorologist Tony Sadiku.
Along the coast, from the mid-Atlantic all the way to New England, be mindful. We've got not just coastal flooding issues today, but also high surf and rip currents risk all the way through tomorrow. So swimming at the Atlantic beach is not advised.
Dow is up 673 now. S&P ahead 83. NASDAQ up 279. This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Well, we're learning about a possible car explosion in Federal Way. We have Luke Ducey live on the scene. We'll check with him after we check in with Sully at the traffic desk.
And we are enjoying a very good drive. It's Friday light out there for certain. A couple of spots with some red on the map, but that's it. Like if you're in the Renton S curves, you're going to have some brake lights right there from about the Maple Valley Highway up to Sunset. But 22 minutes, 25 minutes max to make that drive up to Bellevue is a pretty good number. And behind that, the Valley Freeway is under 40, if you can believe it. That's actually really good. Out of the north end, there are some brake lights getting through Canyon Park, but overall about a 42-minute drive from Everett to Bellevue. That's good. On the other side of the lake, I-5 is nice and green the whole way, about 35 to 40 minutes on the drive there. Northbound I-5, Olympia to Tacoma, nice and easy. Federal Way to Seattle's running about 40 minutes. And if you're wondering why you're kind of slow, westbound 512 going to I-5 southbound, we've got the police working with a car over on the right shoulder, right at that on-ramp there, and that's causing just a slight early merge, and that's backing things up onto 512. This report brought to you by Kia of Everett. Thinking of Kia of Everett? Act fast, or especially if you want an EV. Thousands of tax credits end September 30th. Kia of Everett. Go check out the huge selection of Kia of Everett. Simple, easy, fun.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Good Friday morning. It's 7:04. Police in Federal Way are investigating what appears to be some kind of car explosion at South 308th Street, just east of 20th Avenue South.
KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey is on the scene and joins us live. Luke, what are you hearing from people in the neighborhood?
Crazy things, that this was absolutely insane, that woke them up. They've never heard anything so loud. I'm looking at the debris right now. Let me describe what I see here at South 308th and 20th Avenue in the Steel Lake neighborhood. Just to give you an idea, I'm looking at Steel Lake right down the hill right here. There's it used to be a red car at least, a red mangled piece of mess. It's just like pieces of metal everywhere. And it looks like it definitely exploded. Something exploded within the car or around the car, but it exploded up into the air, not out. And the reason I kind of tell that, because there's a car right behind it it's damaged for sure, but not as damaged as you might think if it blew out. And then about 50 feet away in the middle of the street from where that mangled mess of a car is, I see the roof of the car. It obviously blew up and then landed, and then there's glass all over the road as well, and then other car parts down the road on the other side, and car parts in the neighbor's yard, and there's a house right next to this scene that's got some damage as well. We don't know much more than that because we're waiting for a public information officer to get here from Federal Way, but I did speak with one neighbor, Vicky. She woke up. She came out of her door. She asked me, well, what's going on? What's happening? And I said, well, come on down here. I want you to see this for yourself. So I kind of captured her reaction, and this was her reaction. See the red car in the driveway?
Oh, yes.
See all the car parts?
Yeah, what happened?
It's an explosion.
Yeah.
You don't know what happened. What, did you hear it?
Oh, did we hear it? It was scarier than
Yeah, I mean, it's not hyperbole, folks. This is something that it's just like something out of the movies. So the bomb squad is here. There are dozens of officers here as well, and they've marked off a bunch of pieces of the car. Again, no cause, no word on what caused this, but a scary scene. I've really never seen anything like this. You've got to check out these photos on mynorthwest.com. I posted a video as well to kind of take you through what I'm looking at. But I mean, that's the latest here. We're hoping for more information soon to pass on to you. But a definite car explosion and a real mess in this neighborhood.
Thank you, Luke. 7:07 now. President Trump's immigration advisor says he made a quiet trip to Seattle and Tacoma this week.
Tom Homan says he met with ICE and Border Patrol agents days after Attorney General Pam Bondi threatened to cut funding and prosecute leaders in sanctuary states. Governor Bob Ferguson is one of them. Ferguson said this week Washington's policies are legal and he won't be intimidated by political threats.
I am not intimidated by Pam Bondi or the president. Washington State will not be bullied or intimidated by threats and legally baseless accusations.
He says the state will continue to protect its residents and uphold the law.
Some Washington lawmakers want state prisons to stop sharing inmate info with immigration authorities. The Washington State Standard reports the Department of Corrections sends ICE a weekly list of new prisoners, even though it's not required by law. Governor Ferguson and Attorney General Nick Brown say the policy is legal and it helps protect public safety, but critics say it leads to unnecessary deportations and violates the spirit of Washington's immigration law. They're pushing for changes through executive action.
And a former congressional candidate says her husband has been taken into custody by ICE.
Melissa Chaudhry tells us her husband, Mohammed Zahid Chaudhry, was arrested at a citizenship interview in Tukwila. He's a Pakistani native and U.S. military veteran who has lived in this country for the past 25 years. Melissa says ICE offered no reason for his arrest.
I don't know right now when, if ever, I will see my husband again.
The Olympian reports Chaudhry pleaded guilty to fraud in Australia in 1996. Melissa says that's the equivalent of a parking ticket. According to the paper, he also lied on a visa form in 2001. She had no comment on that. Frank Lindsay, KIRO News Radio.
We have reached out to ICE for comment.
Keeping you informed since 1974.
This is the city's longest-running radio news show.
Seattle's Morning News on KIRO News Radio.
Well, there's a nice little blast from the past. Nick, thank you.
Always Manda there to remind me. Good to have you back, Manda.
Nice to be back. Thank you. I wouldn't miss a Friday around here.
There's a bunch of boys in the studio the past
much.
couple days. Poor Katrina, she had to come in.
I'm here to save everyone.
Yeah, all right. Well, it is Friday. Wall Street is going kind of crazy right now. Jerome Powell, the Fed chair, just indicated that he may be cutting interest rates. They're up 678 points right now. So we'll be keeping an eye on Wall Street throughout the morning. Sully's here. David Burbank is running things inside the studio. Katrina Goodchart is out in the newsroom, keeping an eye on the big stories and adding the bleep sound effect to Luke's stories. And Nick Kreisha is running the board.
I understand her reaction. I mean, looking at the pictures, it is crazy.
Amazing.
It's going to be hot. We have heat advisories in effect now through at least Monday. We'll keep you posted.
Okay. One thing we could do this weekend is head to the ballpark and watch the Mariners bounce back against the Athletics. We'll talk about that series with Mariners broadcast Rick Riz and The Rick Riz Show.
And we have a very important commentary today, Charlie.
Yeah, I felt I needed to take a stand. And that is Dr. Pepper versus Diet Dr. Pepper.
Ooh.
You don't want to miss it.
Okay. You don't want to miss G. Scott stopping by either. He's going to talk about the Seahawks preseason finale against the Green Bay Packers.
It's 7:10 here on KIRO News Radio, Seattle's morning news. Federal, state, and local officials deal a blow to one of Tacoma's most violent street gangs, known as the Knockout Crips.
15 people arrested Wednesday following an 18-month undercover drug trafficking operation. Investigators allege female couriers brought large quantities of fentanyl and other drugs in checked luggage from Arizona to SeaTac Airport. Here's FBI Special Agent Mike Harrington.
23 weapons. Those are off the street, and some of these violent individuals are off the street, no longer able to engage in the assaults, the drive-by shootings, and the other violent activity that they were engaged in.
More than 100 pounds of drugs were seized.
A lot of construction crews out this weekend. This time their work includes a full closure of 405 southbound between State Route 900 and Maple Valley Highway in Renton. Here's WashDOT's Craig Smiley. This is what he had to say to KIRO 7 TV.
We often see backups all the way into Bellevue just on a normal weekend, so we could expect some pretty significant delays and backups on that Renton closure.
Also construction planned on I-5 into Tukwila and 5 and parts of Highway 99.
We're going to talk to Rick Riz here in just a few minutes about the Mariners. Right now, though, talk about the Hawks. Did you hear about the joint practice between the Seattle Seahawks and Green Bay Packers? Briefly turned into an on-field scuffle. A video of the dust-up was posted on social media. Didn't have to bleep anything there, but the Seattle Times reports several skirmishes broke out. The most serious involved 2 Seahawks and a Packer throwing punches. The Hawks face the Packers in their final preseason game tomorrow in Green Bay.
At 7:12, let's get a check on the weather. It's brought to us by State Roofing and Exteriors and Nick Allard. It is going to be a hot one. Not very safe, especially if you're jumping into Cold Lake or something like that.
Yeah, and always remember the couple inches at the top of the lake might feel great, but then you get farther down and you're going to go into some really cold water still. The warmest temperatures still don't come till the end of August, or even really for that matter into September into the water. So it is still going to be very cold there. So please be safe if you're out on the water. We have pinpoint alert conditions today, tomorrow, Sunday, and Monday at least, possibly Tuesday, because what we're looking at today is upper 80s and low 90s. Tomorrow, low 90s in Seattle and on Sunday. And here's the thing. I have you at 87, then 90, then 90. If you're in Olympia today, you're at least 91. Then you're like 94, 95 tomorrow and Sunday. In Seattle, 87 today. I have North Bend at like 95, 96 today, and maybe even warmer, closer to triple digits tomorrow, where you have that extreme heat warning. And it's the same thing on Sunday. And by Monday, we should all cool a couple of degrees. But, let's just say if I have you at 87 Seattle, 90, 90, then maybe 87, 86 for Monday and Tuesday, it's still going to be hot. So alert conditions, consistency is the problem, and there may also be a little bit of elevated haze, especially on Saturday. So please be ready for heat. Please be ready for it to be rough overnight for sleeping temperatures, and just know that you have a stretch here where even though we've had hotter weather, this stretch of 4 or 5 days in a row is a bit much, as I like to say.
Okay, well, we will be prepared for it. Right now in Seattle, it's 58 and sunny.
And it's 7:13. Traffic time. We do that every 10 minutes on the threes. Chris Sullivan, what's up?
Well, not a lot of surprises out there. We're in a pretty good shape. We've got Friday light across the board. We do have some brake lights on northbound I-5 as you work your way past I-90 into the heart of downtown. But overall, we're under 40 minutes to go from Federal Way to Seattle. Some brake lights at the top of the S-curves, but overall, 25 minutes or less to make the drive from Renton into Bellevue. And behind that, the Valley Freeway is pretty quiet. 40 minutes for the drive there or less. Olympia to Tacoma's nice and easy. Southbound I-5 and 405 are not bad at all away from Linwood, and there's nothing to the north of that, so that's great. You're going to need about 35 minutes from Everett to Seattle, about 40 from Everett to Bellevue. There are some brake lights through Canyon Park. The lake bridges are fine. 18 looking really good. 16 no issues between Port Orchard and Tacoma. This report brought to you by Wilcox Family Farms Eggs. Fresh food comes from local farms. Check the packaging for healthier eggs with 3 times the omega-3. Choose Wilcox Omega-3 eggs, locally fresh since 1909.
7:14 now. Mariah Carey has another award to add to her vast collection. Here's Katrina with details.
The pop legend will receive the Video Vanguard Award at this year's MTV Video Music Awards. And not only that, she'll perform a medley of her biggest hits. Here are a few of mine. So the last time Mariah performed on the show was back in 2005. She actually presented LL Cool J with the Video Vanguard Award back in 1997. And in a full circle moment, he's hosting this year's award ceremony. You can catch all of the VMAs September 7th on CBS and MTV.
Okay, thank you, Katrina. It is 7:15.
Fly ball deep to left field. And this one is goodbye baseball. And the Mariners win it.
The Rick Riz Show.
Swing and a miss, came back with a splitter for strike 3.
The legendary Mariners broadcaster joins Seattle's Morning News every Friday to talk about the biggest stories with the Mariners.
It is grand salami time. A walk-off grand slam.
Oh, Rick. I bet it's nice to be home. That was kind of a tough road trip for the Mariners, wasn't it?
Oh, Amanda, Charlie, David, it's great to be back home. It was tough. The Mariners, it was a long trip, and with rain delays, we had 3 rain delays, 2 in Baltimore, 1 in Williamsport before a game against the Mets. They took on 2 of the better teams in the National League, the Mets and the Philadelphia Phillies. What an offense they have. So it's nice to be back home. They're only 2 games out of first place. The good news is that, the Astros have been struggling as well, so the Mariners still have plenty of time to get things turned around, which they will starting tonight. They played very well at home. They're 37-25 at home, guys. And Brian Wu on the mound, and they got all 5 guys back now in the starting rotation for the first time this year, because Bryce Miller came back a few days ago in a game against the Phillies to go with Wu, Gilbert, Kirby, and, of course, the Rock, Luis Castillo. So they're back home. They're happy, and last homestand was pretty good. They were 9-1 in the last homestand, so hopefully they could do that again.
Any idea what was going on with pitching? We have one of the best starting rotations in all of baseball. They seem to struggle in Philadelphia.
Oh, Charlie, it was a huge struggle for the guys, and every so often during the course of the year, you're going to have a rough outing. But it seemed like each of the 5 guys had a rough time altogether. So the starting pitching was really struggling on that road trip. They had an ERA of 6.5. I thought Bryce Miller threw the ball well, though, his first start of the year. And then that was not a soft landing against the Phillies in Philadelphia. But they're going to get things turned around because they're just too good. I mean, these 5 guys were the best starting rotation, I think, in all of baseball last year. So they're going to get things turned around. It was just a rough time in the schedule, and they're going to be fine starting tonight.
As you mentioned, the Astros are struggling too. So the Mariners just 2 games back of the division lead now. They still hold a wild card spot.
Yeah.
What do you look for against the Athletics this weekend? What do they need to do to start winning again?
Well, the starting pitching to get back on track like we know they can. Bryant Wu's going tonight, and Logan Gilbert again. So I think that's what they need, the starters to get back on track and do what they do. Throw strikes, get people out, play good defense, and get the offense going again. Gino Suarez, struggled a bit since the time of the trade, but in his last 2 or 3 games hit the ball really well. Came out for early batting practice, and so that's a good sign. And you're going to see this offense take off. Julio's hitting the ball hard every time up, and Cal's getting ready to tie the record and go beyond the record for most home runs by a catcher in a single season. He has 47. So he's ready to do that. Cole Young is playing well. So they just got to go out there and do what they're capable of doing. So that's what I look forward to starting tonight.
Rick, we're about a year into Dan Wilson's coaching tenure here with the team. It seems like he's had pretty unprecedented success for a guy who had no real formal management, at least in the major leagues. What have you seen in that year? What has brought him that success? What makes him kind of connect with the guys?
Well, number one, that's a great question. It has been exactly 1 year. I mean, a couple of days ago, he managed his 162nd game. He came in on August the 22nd of last year with Edgar, and they went 21-13. So I think there's a number of things with Danny. Number one, he's a former catcher, and he knows the game. From a catcher's viewpoint, he can handle a pitching staff like Cal Raleigh's doing. He helped Cal Raleigh mature as a catcher down in the minor leagues because in Danny's previous life, besides being a broadcaster, he was a coach and went down to the organization to work with the young catchers, including Cal Raleigh. But he knows and understands the game. He learned at the feet of Lou Piniella, which isn't always easy, but he did, and became one of the best catchers in the American League. But as soon as he got the job 1 year ago, he had instant respect when he walked into that clubhouse because he's played the game. He had a lot of success, was an all-star in 1996. He's one of the nicest guys in the world, and he lets his coaches coach. And I think that's what one of Danny's biggest strengths. He understands the game. He lets the guys do their job. And, I asked one of the coaches the other day, I said, when the ball club won their 8th game in a row in Baltimore, I said, what's the biggest difference in this ball club? I thought he'd mentioned Cal, of course, or the starting pitching. He said, Dan Wilson. He said, the culture in that clubhouse is absolutely amazing, where Danny lets these guys be themselves and play to their ability. And he said, that's the biggest reason for our success. So he's doing a great job. No doubt about it.
Hey, Rick, there was a really unfortunate incident with Victor Robles in his rehab assignment playing in minor leagues. He throws a bat. Obviously, his emotions got away from him. What were your observations about that, and what are you hearing in the locker room?
Well, I'm not hearing too much about it, but I saw the replay, and I know Victor was frustrated. He's been hit a lot, especially I think there was a issue with this guy that was pitching for Las Vegas, but you can't do that. You just can't throw your equipment. You can't throw a bat. You just got to drop your bat, take a quick little timeout before you do something. And he has apologized for it. It's not a good situation, obviously. So when he is activated, he's going to have to sit out 10 days, but he's appealing. So I don't know if they're going to shorten the 10-day suspension or not. But when he does come back and he's suspended, the Mariners are going to play one player shy. So it's really bad timing because we were waiting for Victor to come back. He separated his shoulder, fractured his shoulder early in the season, a game in San Francisco about 8, 9, 10 games into the year. He was such a valuable piece to everything offensively and defensively in the second half of last season. So it's just a very unfortunate incident, and he's apologized for it, and can't wait to see him when he gets back.
Just quickly before we let you go, Cal Raleigh still holds the home run lead. He could tie. He's tied the record. He could pass the record this weekend. Do you think it's going to happen?
Yeah, no doubt about it, Manda. He's at 47. The record is 48 by Salvador Perez. He could do it tonight, tie it and get by Salvador Perez. He's had that great a year. I take a look at guys that have really good years. They got 25 home runs. They have 75 to 85 RBIs. Cal has 47 home runs and over 100 runs batted in. And here it is, August the 22nd. So he's just amazing, and he's gonna get by this record real soon, Manda. No doubt about it.
All right, Rick. Well, you got a shout out on ESPN's Sunday Night Baseball last week. It's always great hearing you get some national recognition, Rick.
I didn't hear that.
Well, now you've heard a little of everything. You were probably working. That was a problem. Rick, it's always great hearing from you, and let's go M's, right?
All right, Charlie, Manda, David, it's going to be a great homestand. Come on by tonight. The Mariners against the exciting young A's and San Diego in town, so hope to see a big crowd at T-Mobile Park.
Awesome. Stay cool. Good luck with that. Go Mariners. Rick Riz, thank you. It's 7:23. We need to get back to Sully for an update on traffic.
Friday light out there across the board, enjoying a really good day. Travel times even come down on 405. Southbound 405 is running under 40 minutes now from Everett down into Bellevue, under 40 from Everett to Seattle, so pretty good there. Northbound I-5 starting to see some brake lights through the CD lanes there right from I-90 into the heart of downtown, but overall a 40 30-minute trip from Federal Way to Seattle's a win. We're under 40 from Puyallup to Renton, so that is great. Renton to Bellevue's only 22 minutes. Across the lake, no issues for you guys. Olympia to Tacoma's nice and quiet at 35 minutes or less. And a reminder, we're still working with the closure of the White River Bridge there between Buckley and Enumclaw. We have no idea when that thing's going to reopen. They're trying their best, but engineers still aren't ready to reopen it. This traffic report is brought to you by ProSculpt, the one-day permanent fat loss and skin tightening solution for men and women, offered by New Skin Med Spa in Bellevue. Book your free consultation, prosculpt.com.
We'll be in the mid to upper 80s today, right around 90 tomorrow and Sunday in Seattle, closer to 100 in the Cascade foothills. So a hot one on tap. Right now, it's 58 and sunny.
And coming up, car explosion near Steel Lake. KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey is on the scene. And in today's commentary, the great debate of our generation, Charlie.
Yes, Dr. Pepper or Diet Dr. Pepper.
That's coming up on Seattle's Morning News.
The John Curley Show.
Don't worry. Everybody don't panic.
Weekdays 3 to 7.
When the president wants an executive order, by the way, it's going to get challenged because Congress is the one that makes all the rules to allow each state to determine how they want to do the voting. And Trump right now, he's certainly getting a lot of executive orders out there. Still the record holder is FDR. I think he's got more than 3,400 or something like that. So nobody took over the federal government and ran it like a king, like FDR.
Watch the John Curley Show live on YouTube.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
Big year. I'm starting middle school.
Welcome to the jungle, Missy.
Best part? My parents promised me a new laptop.
Perfect for homework, essays, and drudgery.
So we went to Staples. They had all the latest tech, and laptops were up to 40% off.
Woo! Another back-to-school budget saved by Staples Easy Button.
Mom high-fived the cashier. So embarrassing.
Staples.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app. In 23 select models only.
Jim Singletary here, Chief Roof Nerd at RoofSmart, where we're not afraid to tell you no. Looking for a roofing company that'll do cheap, fast work and just cover up the problem? No, that's not us. Want a quick quote without a real inspection? Nope. Just want a price without knowing your options? Not happening. Look, we don't want to tell you no, but if saying yes means cut corners, bad results, or wasted money, we won't do it. Period. And here's the deal. Seattle gets 150 rainy days a year. That's not wait and see weather, it's call RoofSmart now weather. We say no to leaky roofs, sloppy work, and bad estimates, and yes to thorough inspections, accurate quotes, and top quality work that actually lasts. So if you want an honest roofer who's not afraid to say no to bad work, call RoofSmart today at 206-487-4877 or visit GetRoofSmart.com. That's 206-487-4877 or GetRoofSmart.com.
At Dunn, relationships are everything. It's why we build a culture around building the best relationships possible, building joy and trust, one interaction at a time. So whether you need trusted advice, help with material selection, project planning, or loading your vehicle, we go the extra mile to remove as much of the hassle as we can. If there's anything we can do to serve you better, contact me personally, Mike Dunn at DunnLumber.com.
Dunn Lumber, building success together.
Send off summer with the power of zero at Kendall Ford of Marysville. Get 0% APR, make zero down payment, and have zero payment for up to 90 days on select new Fords. Go electric and save an incredible $17,000 off MSRP on a new all-wheel drive 2024 Ford F-150 Lightning Pro Crew Cab and get 0% APR. Save over $2,300 off MSRP on a new 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E Select and get 0% APR. Save over $2,300 off MSRP on a new 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend 4x4. Check out the savings and stop by Kendall Ford of Marysville today. Kendall, let's start something great.
VIN number RWG 33493, SMA 24296, and SRE 72794. $20.83 per month for $1,000 finance, subject to credit approval before credit. Interest will accrue during the deferred payment period. All factory rebates subject to change. Price does not include taxes, title, or license. A negotiable documentary service fee of up to $200 may be added to the sale price of the vehicle. Subject to prior sale, see dealer for details. Offer expires 9/2/25.
You know that cartoon of the three-eyed fish swimming in polluted water next to a nuclear power plant?
Yeah, classic.
I used to think that was real, but I just learned that nuclear energy waste isn't some glowing green goo. It's actually used fuel rods from nuclear reactors that made electricity.
Wait, so no barrels of leaking sludge?
No, solid used fuel rods are safely stored at all the nuclear power plants in the U.S., including the one in Richland.
So the cartoon fish isn't real?
Not even close. Learn the facts about nuclear energy and used fuel at energy-northwest.com.
This fall, Seattle Symphony music director Shen Zhang begins her debut season at Benaroya Hall. On September 13th, Shen conducts Grieg Piano Concerto with pianist Simone Terpcheski for the symphony's opening night. On September 18th and 20th, Shen conducts the majestic Pictures at an Exhibition. On October 2nd, 4th, and 5th, Shen conducts Rachmaninoff's dramatic Second Symphony and Rhapsody on a Theme of Paganini. Ticket info at seattlesymphony.org.
Guys, did you know your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED? And right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. They've helped thousands of men since 2011 feel and perform better. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Take your business to the next level in 2025 with help from WaFd Bank. WaFd Bank's business accounts and cash flow tools get you paid in hours, not weeks, so you can grow your business and meet your goals. You need a best bank. Visit WaFdBank.com to learn more. Member FDIC.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Good morning. It is 7:31. Police in Federal Way are investigating what appears to be some kind of car explosion at South 308th Street, just east of 20th Avenue South.
And KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey is live on the scene. What are you hearing from residents there, Luke?
I just talked with Dennis as we were walking up here. He woke up this morning. He heard the explosion last night. He described the explosion here at South 308th and 20th Avenue, right next to Steel Lake, last night about 3:30 as something that shook the earth. He's about a block away, and it shook everything and woke him up. And he just came up here in the sunlight, to look at the wreckage. And I'll describe what we're looking at. This red mangled thing that used to be a car. It's all like these shards of metal everywhere. And it looks like it was definitely an explosion. We don't have that officially from Federal Way Police yet. The bomb squad is here as well. But it was clear that something blew up inside that car because it blew up and not out. There are certainly some other damaged cars around it. There's a house near it. There's a fence that's been kind of blown apart as well. But it blew up because about 50 feet away in the middle of the road, there is the top of the car. Another news outlet, they were flying a drone overhead, and I was looking at those shots, that video. All that's left from above, as you look down, is really the kind of this mangled metal on a frame. You can see the whole frame of the car. Everything else is gone. So now we got to kind of concentrate on what happened exactly. Again, we're waiting for a public information officer to get here to the scene to help us with that. They are investigating the scene now, the bomb squad and others taking photos and collecting evidence. I'm sure they're talking with neighbors as well. But there was one neighbor, Vicky, who woke up this morning and checked things out. She kind of helped us out with the description of what may have happened and the cause.
So they have a little house right back there. I'm just trying to look. They have a little tiny house behind that house. And I don't know if maybe it's their car. Word on the street is kind of that the blue house is a little... I would have expected that at the blue house more than this house.
So what she's saying is police have been to that house many times before, and so obviously we're looking at something that caused this explosion that really rocked this neighborhood. Dennis had a really good description of the explosion. I'm going to have that for you in about a half an hour from now. Again, shook the ground and woke him up, and everyone kind of waking up to this and thinking, what the heck happened? I know it sounds a little like, he's just trying to get every listeners excited about what. I've never seen anything like this. This is something out of the movies, folks. Go check out the video that I posted, and we've got photos on mynorthwest.com. It's something else. Live in Federal Way, Luke Ducey, KIRO News Radio.
Thanks, Luke. An 18-month undercover drug trafficking operation leads to the arrest of 15 people. Most are members of a violent Tacoma street gang known as the Knockout Crips.
We get more on this from KIRO Newsradio's James Lynch.
Federal officials say Knockout Crips gang members recruited female couriers to bring large quantities of fentanyl pills and powder in checked luggage from Arizona through SeaTac International to the streets of Pierce County. Agent Colin Jackson with Homeland Security Investigations.
They were armed, involved in shootings, and peddled the most dangerous of narcotics, all while risking the lives of those around them for power and money.
Agents seized nearly 100 pounds of fentanyl, meth, cocaine, and heroin, along with more than $100,000 in cash and 23 firearms. In Tacoma, James Lynch, KIRO News Radio.
Time to check traffic, and Chris Sullivan is watching the roads right now.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, Luke is not kidding. I'm checking out some of that drone footage.
It's
incredible.
Wild. Yeah.
I mean, there's nothing left. It's barely a skeleton of a car.
Wow.
That's some nasty, nasty stuff. Looking at the roads right now, we're in a really good spot. Just some brake lights here and there. We're looking at Renton to Bellevue at about 22 minutes now, and behind that, the Valley Freeway's nice and easy at 35. Federal Way to Seattle's only about 40, but we do have brake lights past the West Seattle Bridge. Lake bridges are fine coming down from the north end, nice and easy at about 40 minutes. This report brought to you by Home Comfort Alliance. Save 50 to 75% by combining tax credits, rebates, and incentives on a new heat pump. Home Comfort Alliance, homecomfortalliance.com.
Well, find ways to stay cool. Heat advisory in effect now through at least Monday. 87 in Seattle for today, and then tomorrow and Sunday, 90 in Seattle. Could be triple digits toward the foothills. And then Monday will start to cool off a little bit, but still 87. Right now, sunshine and 63 in Seattle.
News matters. Experience counts. You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
This soda is an imposter, and I'm prepared to die on this artificially sweetened hill. Time for today's commentary. Now that I'm easing back into giving you my observations every morning here on KIRO News Radio at 7:35, I'm quickly realizing this can be a heavy segment. There's a lot of serious news going on, and I want to give you some straight insight and analysis, and we can do that Mondays through Thursdays. But on Fridays, I don't know about you guys, but I gotta lighten up. So on Fridays, let's talk about the real issues, the ones that matter, which brings us to a disagreement we had in the studio yesterday after Katrina stopped by. Her report was on how the new Coke soda fountains at the Costco food court and how they've replaced Mountain Dew with Dr. Pepper. Well, off air, Luke and Sully took umbrage to my statement, so I will double down now to you, fair listener. Diet Dr. Pepper tastes nothing like real Dr. Pepper. It is a counterfeit, a charlatan. It is the equivalent of showing up to a Van Halen concert and getting Gary Cherone. Sure, maybe it has a little of the cherry vanilla spice complexity of its vastly superior cousin, but no one would confuse the two. And what college did this Pepper person get their degree? Surely not where Dr. Pepper graduated magna cum laude. I'm sure Diet Dr. Pepper didn't even get its associate's degree. Probably didn't even go to an accredited college. Diet Mountain Dew? More like Diet Mountain Don't. The stuff tastes like someone dissolved a penny in lemon lime pledge. At least it doesn't pretend to have a PhD. Now, before you turn around and say, "Hey, Charlie, you sound like a shill for big fructose," let me be clear. I am an equal opportunity beverage critic. Diet Coke? It's tolerable. I'll order at the drive-thru with the same enthusiasm I reserve for dental cleanings. And that's the rub, right? What I don't need is 10,000 liquid calories disguised as refreshment. So I'll down a DC, but I don't feel good about it. Now, given the chance, I'll order a Coke Zero. It's the valedictorian of diet sodas. Not quite Harvard material like real Coke, but at least it got into a state school. Mountain Dew Zero? Acceptable. Dr. Pepper Zero? Still tastes like it cheated on its dissertation, but at least it made it through undergrad. Look, I know aspartame is controversial, but when I need cold, fizzy, and caffeinated, and my choices are chemical sweetener or corn syrup soup, I'll take my chances with the science experiment. Just don't tell me it tastes the same, because it doesn't. And this Friday, I'm calling out the imposters.
Or mountain don't. This was really a big controversy in my absence yesterday.
It was a mild controversy, and I decided to make a mountain out of don't out of a molehill.
Oh, and you made
that.
enemies of Sully and I by saying that about Dr.
As the actual valedictorian in this room,
yes,
your thoughts on Diet Coke are ridiculous.
It's okay. I said it wasn't bad. I mean, if I have to, I will.
It's premium.
You have no idea. No idea.
You just needed to fill 3 minutes, didn't you? Didn't want to talk about it.
And to be honest, I'll take
serious.
Diet Dr. Pepper over regular Dr. Pepper.
I can't go with you on that.
You want to hear something crazy?
Yes.
I cannot tell you the last time I drank a soda.
You're one of those kinds.
Wow, everyone.
Well, I care about my health.
Not my deal. I'd rather have water.
So like I said, we'll do the lighthearted stuff on Fridays. We got to get into the weekend with a smile on our faces.
And you got to catch it on the YouTube channel.
Yeah,
That's pretty cool that you're doing that now.
So doing that on YouTube, and we post the whole thing up on the socials as well. So a lot of fun.
All right. Thank you.
What's coming up in traffic, Sully?
Nothing for you. Gonna take a look at the Friday light where the brakes are. We'll break it down for you next.
The John Curley Show.
I think the most talented person who's here, and it's John Curley.
By the way, that's my ringtone right there, Coach K.
Weekdays 3 to 7.
We were at this party when I said to you, what about Caitlin Clark? What do you about Caitlin Clark? And you said, Curley, you don't know anything about basketball. Let me tell you something.
Sue Bird is the ultimate point guard. I love Sue Bird. Seattle was so very fortunate to have her as her idol, as her hero.
Watch the John Curley Show live on YouTube.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/try and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/try. Openphone.com/TRY.
If you've been considering upgrading your siding, now is the perfect time. Hi, I'm Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. In the Pacific Northwest, moisture is the enemy. Old failing siding leads to hidden water damage, rot, and mold. State Roofing and Exteriors is a James Hardy preferred contractor with over 55 years of siding expertise. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com to schedule your siding inspection today. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
State Roofing, the best roof you'll ever need.
7:43 now. Chris Sullivan is watching traffic.
And as we are approaching the 8 o'clock hour, we're starting to see a little bit more action as people are trying to get where they need to go in 17 minutes. Looking at northbound I-5, seeing some brake lights now kind of intensifying at the north end of Boeing Field, past the West Seattle Bridge and into downtown. So maybe a little over 40 minutes now from Federal Way to Seattle, with about 25 to 28 of those minutes from South Center. So just a little bit of braking there. 99 seeing some slowing as well, approaching the West Seattle Bridge up East Marginal Way, but nothing out of the way, or out of the ordinary, excuse me. Renton to Bellevue's added a few more brake lights as well, up past Sunset, but 25 minutes to make the drive to Bellevue's pretty good. Behind that on the Valley Freeway, no issues, and under 40 minutes for you guys. They're starting to see a little bit of braking on northbound I-5 as you approach the top of Lacey, not quite to DuPont yet. I'm checking into that. There have been reports there might be a little accident on the shoulder there, but plan on about 38 minutes to get you up into Tacoma. The drive out of the north end still relatively light, 40 minutes or less from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue. KIRO News Radio real-time traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
It's going to be hot for several days now. Heat advisory in effect through at least Monday. Sunny and 87 in Seattle for today. Hotter for the weekend, around 90 both days. Could push triple digits toward the foothills. Monday will cool off to about 87. Still 86 on Tuesday, so heat wave is in effect. Right now in Seattle, sunshine and a very pleasant 63.
7:45 now. A pair of Ferris Bueller's Day Off classmates are reuniting. Here's KIRO News Radio's Katrina Gashard.
Who can forget this scene?
He knows the mileage, Ferris. He doesn't trust you. Never has, never will. Look, this is real simple. Whatever miles we put on, we'll take off. How? We'll drive home backwards. No. No! Ferris, forget it. You're just gonna have to think of something else.
This week, Matthew Broderick and Alan Ruck were spotted together shooting their upcoming movie in Vancouver. It's called The Best Is Yet to Come. It's a reunion 40 years in the making. Deadline reports the movie is about two old friends who were brought back together by some sort of misunderstanding.
Some sort of misunderstanding.
So funny, that clip. Oh, my goodness.
Great movie. All right. Thank you, Katrina. Coming up, we will check in with G. Scott. Real quick here, the Seattle Seahawks regular season approaching, and we want to send one of you and 3 friends to watch the Seahawks game on September 7th.
All you have to do is open the KIRO News Radio app, click the Win tab to find out how, and if you don't already have the app, just text app to 888-973-5476. We'll send you a link to download. You can enter daily to increase your chances, and the contest runs through Monday, August 25th.
And when G stops by, he's going to tell us what to look for in the game against Green Bay tomorrow.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm, I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
You're in your car every day, but when's the last time your car had a checkup? At Subaru of Puyallup, we make it easy with stress-free service. Open 5 a.m. to 9 p.m. 6 days a week. Swing by before work, after work, or whenever it fits your schedule. No hassle, no pressure, just expert care on your schedule. Your car deserves it, and so do you. Schedule your appointment today at SubaruofPuyallup.com. Subaru of Puyallup, your stress-free dealership.
Hartley and Brent Wilcox, talking about Wilcox Family Farms.
Dad, I've really enjoyed all the community events we've been doing. One question I get asked a lot is, how long has our family had the farm? When I tell them since 1909, they're surprised. Why do you think that is?
I imagine it's because that's a long time, and many farms have been bought by big corporations that put profits first.
Growing up on the farm, I feel like we put people and the well-being of our hens first.
We do, and as you know, free-range and mobile pasture hens have organic soil to forage and do what they naturally would do. This takes more time and money, but it's the right thing to do. It's better for the hens and makes for great tasting eggs.
I agree. Here is Mike to tell you where you can find locally fresh Wilcox Family Farms eggs.
For fresh, local, pasture-raised, omega-3, hard-boiled, and other fresh eggs, choose Wilcox Family Farms. Look for Wilcox eggs at Town & Country Markets, Fred Meyer, and Amazon Fresh. Wilcox Family Farms.
KIRO News Radio has your chance to win 4 tickets to the Seahawks season opener, Sunday, September 7th. Open the KIRO Radio News app, click the Win tab in the bottom right corner, and enter to win. You can enter once per day, so the more times you enter through the KIRO Newsradio app, the better your odds will be. Do it every day, August 19th through the 25th. Details and rules at mynorthwest.com/win. From the station where the 12s hear the Hawks, KIRO News Radio. Seattle's morning news. Hear it live, stream it online, watch the show, or catch the podcast anytime on mynorthwest.com.
It's 7:49, and joining us from the G and Ursula show, fully clothed, I will say.
Come on.
G. Scott.
Once you see G. Scott in a rubber ducky Speedo, you can't unsee it.
Come on now, rubber
Thank you for
ducky.
wearing pants today.
You're the one.
G, you are also the host of the Reset podcast, talking all things Seahawks, and we got a game tomorrow.
We do. This is the last dress rehearsal. This is it. The final audition before it gets real deal Holyfield week 1 against the Niners here at Lumen Field.
Can't wait.
Jalen Milroe will get the start, and you get to see the rookie quarterback. You get to see him full time. You also get to see a few other rookies, but don't plan on seeing the starters at all. They're trying to relax. They did, however, participate in the joint practice. As you all know, the Seahawks traveled on Wednesday. They headed out to Green Bay. They had a joint practice yesterday. And it got physical.
Yeah.
Physical. Oh, yeah, it got physical out there. And that's what happens, right? You got, let me explain. Follow me on this one. You got a bunch of men that have been practicing in the heat. They have been away from their families. They have been away from their significant other. So they frustrated. They get out there, it gets tense, and so they had a fight out there. One of the offensive linemen for the Green Bay Packers got into it. It was a swinging match with Ernest Jones IV. They were going at it, but it is normal. Joint practices are it's just a background and a foundation for these joint fights.
And Pete Carroll never did them, right? He didn't do joint practice?
He did not. So, again, don't really focus on the scoreboard tomorrow. It could go either way. 2 things to focus on. 1, find you a new rookie to fall in love with. 2, all players are healthy. That's all you want out of this game right here. Don't look for the scoreboard. And 3, get ready for the week. This is week 1. The Niners coming to town. I don't know what you're going to do, what you're going to be wearing, but come on now. We need to focus on that game. Charlie, what you got to say?
What's some expectation for this team once they do hit the regular season?
Well, right now, I'm glad you asked that question, because before the Kansas City Chiefs game last Friday night, the expectations were about 6 wins. After that first drive, after the way the Seahawks looks against the Chiefs, the national media kind of said, oh, you better looking than we thought, Seahawks. So they have it around 8 wins on the season. So around 8 right now in the conference, in the division, they have the Rams as the leader at 9 wins. So,
okay, so it's anybody's division.
It's anybody's division. But, hey, the bottom line is week 1. It starts. You have an opportunity. You're playing against the Niners. That's going to say a lot. It's going to be the first time Sam Darnold in Lumen Field with all the 12s against. That's going to be a big game right there. So
I love this time of year when the Mariners are playing, the Seahawks are playing.
Well, I'm glad you said that. So can we all agree that fall is the best season of all?
I think so.
Okay.
We all
Charlie?
agree on
I
something?
don't disagree.
Wow.
Well, you know what? I need to start doing a show with y'all, because on my show, they all, I like the summer. Who wants to be hot and want swamp butt all the time? You know what I'm saying? Don't nobody want to be walking around butt sweating all the time. Charlie, y'all know what I'm talking about. Be too hot. As a matter of fact, this weekend is going to be too hot.
Yeah, it's going to be dangerously hot.
Hey, Charlie.
Yeah.
You can't cuddle in this type of weather.
Oh, this is true, G. So our cuddle session is canceled this weekend.
I didn't need that picture in my head either.
I know you were looking forward to that Speedo, Charlie.
G. Scott, coming up 9 to noon here on KIRO News Radio. 7:53, we check in with Sully at the traffic desk.
And we are enjoying a Friday light across the board. Just two little exceptions, northbound 5, northbound 405. I'll start with 405 first, which has the more concentrated slowing right there through the S-curves all the way up to about 44th. So we've pushed up to about a half an hour to go from Renton to Bellevue, which is, slow, but better than most days. And behind that on the Valley Freeway, really not much action at all. Only about 40 minutes or less to make it from Puyallup up into Renton. Olympia to Tacoma, no issues for you guys. No slowing through Tacoma either. And then you won't hit the brakes on I-5 till you're up past the north end of Boeing Field. So it's about 42 minutes from Federal Way to Seattle, which is a very good travel time. Across the lake, we're doing really well in both directions. We do have a little slowing on eastbound 520, just away from I-5. That's getting down into the Montlake neighborhood, so that's just people getting off there. Not too big of a deal. Eastbound 90 is a little slow right at 405, but better than most days, certainly. And coming down from the north end, really not bad at all. Under 40 minutes from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue, so we are having a very good day. KIRO Newsradio Real-Time Traffic, I'm Chris Sullivan.
Until it gets too hot, heat advisory in effect now through at least Monday, as G mentioned, not cuddle weather. It's going to be sunny and 87 in Seattle today. Tomorrow and Sunday up around 90, possibly triple digits toward the foothills. Monday, mostly sunny, 87. Will start to cool down a little bit on Tuesday.
Well,
it's 63 and sunny in Seattle right now.
Coming up on KIRO News Radio, a look at one of the largest animal sanctuaries in the Northwest. You'll want to fire up YouTube and watch this interview. We hear from Lee Asher about why he welcomes hundreds of dogs on his rural Oregon property. That's coming up at 8:15.
A lot of those dogs are from right here in the Puget Sound area. Our inbox is always open for your news, tips, and story ideas at mynorthwest.com, and you can text us at 888-973-5476.
You're listening to Seattle's Morning News.
KIRO News Radio.
Get on the YouTube channel.
We're live all day on YouTube. Every show, every day.
Hang out with us. The whole gang's there.
And you never know what you might see.
Back up the camera. Oh, my God.
Just search KIRO News Radio, then subscribe. KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle.
It started as a puddle.
Where?
In the shower.
Uh-oh.
Then the kitchen sink.
Started backing up?
Yeah.
I know where this is going.
Clogged up.
Right. No problem.
Beg your pardon?
There's no clog we can't clear.
You're Dan.
From Apollo Plumbing.
This is going to get pricey.
How about $83?
To clear my drain?
Apollo Plumbing clears main drains every day.
For $83?
$83 or it's free.
What's the catch?
No catch. We'll even do a camera inspection.
Why's that?
It's the best way to find the cause of your clog.
And it's included?
No extra charge. Truth is, we hate clogs.
I don't love them.
Seen them all.
Ew.
I promise, there's no clog Apollo can't clear.
Guaranteed.
83 or free.
Goodbye, slow drains.
All it takes is an accessible clean out.
And Apollo gets my drains draining again.
You call, we come, it's fixed.
My heroes.
Just doing our job.
Thank you, Apollo Plumbing.
ApolloPlumbing.com.
It's Olympic Hot Tub's 48th birthday, and you get the gifts. Big savings on our saltwater hot spring spas, plus free Bluetooth music and interest-free financing for 3 years. OlympicHotTub.com. Better you, better life.
Hello, sunshine. And while you're out and about in the summer sun, make sure your bank accounts can keep up with you. Free checking with WaFd Bank can do that, and much more. No more worrying about minimum balances or monthly maintenance fees. And WaFd has thousands of fee-free ATMs and more than 200 branches to serve you across 9 western states. Plus, WaFd Bank offers new tools like voice-activated banking so you can check your balance and make transfers between your WaFd accounts using just your voice. You can do your banking while you're planting those spring flowers. You also have access to free tools like online and mobile banking, bill pay, person-to-person payments with Zelle, mobile check deposit, and full control over your debit cards to turn them on or off should they get misplaced. And you can choose from some pretty great-looking debit cards, including the Seattle Kraken and the Seawolves. So visit wafdbank.com to open your account today and find out why they were awarded Best Bank by Newsweek 3 years in a row. Non-sufficient funds charge may apply. WaFd Bank. Member FDIC.
Well, I'm here with my good buddy, Dr. Dan Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. And you've heard from Dr. Dan's patients over the years how a simple stem cell procedure has successfully conquered their pain. Well, folks, now it's my turn. After years of dealing with knee pain from all the football abuse, I can say my knee pain now is almost 100% gone. How'd you do it, Dr. Dan?
Well, Brock, personally, I'm very happy that you did so well. And your story is like so many of our other patients who come in, former athletes and non-athletes as well, who have come in with chronic knee pain, and they are looking for alternatives besides knee replacement surgery. And we're happy to provide this service. It's been truly a game changer for so many folks. It's just been a pleasure to be part of this.
Consider Dr. Nelson, the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including stem cell therapy. I was in and out with a couple of follow-ups. It's a non-surgical solution to pain using your own stem cells. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD at 425-823-4000 or visit danielnelsonmd.com. That's danielnelsonmd.com.
AAA asked me if I would change my name from Sir Mix-a-Lot to Sir Mix-a-Lot. I said, why would I do that? They said, you're more than just a rapper. You're a car collector. You're a businessman. You're an inventor. Just like AAA is more than just towing. They have awesome travel advisors and insurance agents. And they got 3 A's in their name. Maybe I should change my name. Give me 3 A's. Mix, mix, when I say mix, give me 3 A's. Mix,
Carter Subaru wants to buy your car. Carter Subaru will buy your vehicle for top dollar, even if you're not in the market for a new one. And when you are ready to buy a new vehicle, your drive begins with savings at Carter Subaru. Carter Subaru in Shoreline and Ballard.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio, KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle, Northwest News.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Steve Kathan. The FBI this morning raided the home of former Trump National Security Advisor John Bolton, a man who has been a Trump critic. And the president said this morning,
I'm not a fan of John Bolton. He's a real sort of a lowlife.
And CBS's Jake Rosen reports the operation went beyond Bolton's Maryland home.
Federal law enforcement has been spotted by our CBS News crews at an office that belongs to John Bolton's Political Action Committee as well. So we know this search is ongoing in multiple locations. John Bolton has not answered requests from comments from CBS News, and the Department of Justice had no formal comment, but the FBI said that they were conducting court-authorized activity in the area, that there was no threat to public safety, and that was their only comment on the matter. Sources are telling CBS News that this is an investigation at least partly related to classified document retention.
Well, there's word Defense Secretary Hegseth has authorized National Guard troops to carry their service-issued weapons soon while patrolling streets in Washington, D.C. Trump today labeled the takeover so far a success.
We have over 1,000 arrests. We're taking career criminals off the streets. It's my ambition that when we're complete, we can take everybody out and you have a great capital.
Well, Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell signaled today that interest rate cuts are coming, but it's not clear how soon. At a speech at a Fed event in Jackson Hole, Wyoming, Powell said there are still risks of rising unemployment, higher inflation, and the effect of tariffs.
The effects of tariffs on consumer prices are now clearly visible. We expect those effects to accumulate over coming months with high uncertainty about both timing and amounts.
A UN-backed group says Gaza City is gripped by famine and it's a situation bound to get worse, and it blames Israel for restricting aid. Jerusalem reporter Linda Gradstein has reaction.
The Israeli army said the report was based on what it called biased and self-interested sources originating from Hamas. The report by a group called the IPC said that more than 500,000 Palestinians in Gaza, nearly a quarter of Gaza's population, is experiencing famine.
Coastal sections of the Northeast are feeling some of the effects of Hurricane Erin as it churns offshore. CBS New York meteorologist Tony Saduku.
This storm is weakening quickly, but it's still a large storm. It's moving a lot of water, all while it's moving away. Lingering coastal impacts, sure, it's a Cat 1 hurricane. It's not going to be a hurricane for long as it begins to lose tropical characteristics.
And checking Wall Street, right now the Dow Jones Industrial Average up 871 points. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Get renter's insurance to protect the things that make your place a home, including coverage for theft or damage. Visit Progressive.com.
It's 8:03 Friday morning. Sully is at the traffic desk.
And we're enjoying a Friday light across most of the spots. There is a new crash to tell you about that came and went really quickly, but the damage is done. Southbound I-5, right as you approach the Tacoma Dome. We're backing up across the Puyallup River. So as you come out of Fife, you kind of come to a very quick all-stop. The crash is cleared. It looks like it's over on the far left shoulder, so on the other side of the HOV lane. But you're losing a minute or two coming down through Fife, getting into the heart of downtown Tacoma. Going the other direction, nice and easy. No problems at all from Olympia all the way up until you get to the north end of Boeing Field. 40 minutes from Federal Way to Seattle. Under 40 from Puyallup to Renton. Renton to Bellevue has some brake lights in the normal places. Plus, approaching Southeast 8th, you might have a new crash up there because we kind of jumped up to about 35 minutes, and there is a backup from I-90. Speaking of I-90, the lake bridges are in very good shape in the westbound direction. I-5 and 405 look pretty decent, only 40 minutes to get you from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue. And it looks like we have a crash westbound on the Trestle, westbound 2, as you get over to the Snohomish Riverside. So plan on a little bit of a delay. I'll have more for you on that one in 10 minutes. This report brought to you by Closets by Design, custom storage solutions for closets, garages, home offices, and more. Closets by Design or 1-800-BY-DESIGN.
Good morning. It's 8:04. Welcome to the Friday, August 22nd, 2025 edition of Seattle's Morning News. I'm Charlie Harger with Manda Factor.
Police in Federal Way are investigating what appears to be a car explosion at South 308th Street, just east of 20th Avenue South.
KIRO Newsradio's Luke Ducey is joining us live from the neighborhood. Luke, what are you hearing and what are you seeing there?
Just people are stunned here. They felt this. They didn't just hear this explosion. They felt this. And here's what I'm looking at. I mean, look, it's not official that this is what was an explosion, but it's clear that it was. There's a car in a driveway here at South 308th and 20th Avenue, right next to Steel Lake. The bomb squad is here on scene as well. It's just this mangled, metal, red pieces of metal. The car is red. And I saw a shot from above from a drone from another news agency here. And all that's really left is that metal and then the frame of the car 30 yards away in the middle of the street, because this car blew up, not really out. There's damage around the car, but the roof of the car landed 30 yards away. There's glass all over the street as well. Nobody was hurt. It doesn't look like anyone was hurt. The response here tells us that no one was hurt in this, which is great news. But plenty of neighbors, again, just stunned by what happened. I met a neighbor earlier, Vicky. She came out of her house and she looked at all of us here, all of the news crews behind this yellow police tape. And she said, "Well, what happened?" And I said, "Well, there was an explosion last night." Yeah, I heard it. But she had not seen what it did. And so I told her, "Hey, come over here where we are. I want to show you this." And here is her very raw reaction. See the red car in the driveway?
Oh, yes.
See all the car parts?
Yeah, what happened?
It's an explosion.
Yeah.
You don't know what happened. What, did you hear it?
Oh, did we hear it? It was scarier than
Yeah, meanwhile, Dennis, another neighbor, he was just down the block, and he came up this morning. He told me he felt it a block away.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I felt the house move, literally move. It was, boy, I mean, everybody in the house was up. It was pretty substantial sound wave. You could feel it.
And I can't tell you enough how crazy this scene is here. I've never seen anything like it. There are car parts just all over the place. Damage to a house. There's a fence that's been kind of blown apart as well. There's car parts in people's yards. I want to tell you this as well. There was a police officer here, a Federal Way police officer I was speaking with just briefly, and he was all the way in Dash Point when this happened, around 3:30. He heard the explosion, he told me. Folks, listening, Dash Point is 5 miles away from where I'm standing right now at the scene. Then he heard the call come in, and he said, "Yep, that's it." And he came here to the call. I mean, just insane. We're waiting for a public information officer to come out here and brief us on exactly the cause and what happened. For now, we're live in Federal Way. Luke Ducey, KIRO News Radio.
Okay, thanks, Luke. Kind of remarkable that a public information officer has not been out there yet with that explosion in a neighborhood.
We hope to learn more soon.
We sure do. President Trump's border czar says he quietly visited Seattle and Tacoma this week.
Tom Homan posted on social media that he met with federal immigration agents and Border Patrol, something he told the Jason Brandt Show on Seattle Red 770 AM last month he would do.
Just to get with the folks at ICE and let them know, look, you're not alone here. The president has your back, secretary's got your back, I got your back.
back.
This comes just days after U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi threatened criminal charges against Governor Bob Ferguson if he doesn't comply with federal immigration policies. Homan says sanctuary cities are only sanctuaries for criminals. Bondi says she'll cut funding and send federal agents to cities that don't cooperate and may prosecute officials like Ferguson. But the governor pushed back, saying Washington's policies are legal, calling Bondi's threats baseless.
This comes as a former congressional candidate here in Washington says her husband has been taken into ICE custody. Here's KIRO News Radio's Frank Lindsay.
Mohammed Zahid Chaudhry, a Pakistani native and U.S. military veteran, was arrested during a citizenship interview in Tukwila. His wife Melissa says agents didn't tell them why. But her husband did plead guilty to fraud charges in Australia back in 1996, something she says was the equivalent of a parking ticket.
It's far beyond the look-back period for good moral character when it comes to naturalization, especially for veterans.
According to the Olympian, he also lied on a U.S. visa application in 2001, but Melissa had no comment on that. Frank Lindsay, KIRO News Radio.
And we have reached out to ICE for comment.
Keeping you informed since 1974. This is the city's longest-running radio news show.
Seattle's morning news on KIRO News Radio.
Chop, chop, chop.
Thank you, Sully.
Oh, that was the song.
No, it wasn't. I haven't heard that in a long time.
Should check out my Spotify playlist.
You've
it's right up there.
You've left Charlie speechless and scratching his head.
I'm just trying to give people more reasons to click like and subscribe on the YouTube live feed. I think that's the reason why, Sully.
Yeah.
Where else will you get compelling comment like that?
Yeah, I don't know. Or just me being me on a Friday.
Yeah, or a Monday or a Tuesday. Manda's back. Welcome back, Manda.
Glad
Good
to be back.
have you here. Sully is there. Producer David Burbank is keeping us all on track, or at least trying to.
It's a Friday. We can relax a little bit.
Katrina's out in the newsroom, and Nick Krasha is running the board and picking the music.
Coming up this hour of the show, I spoke with Lee Asher. He is the owner of the Asher House, a large-scale animal sanctuary in Oregon. We're going to talk about the animals he rescues, many of them from right here in the Puget Sound area.
For sure. And we also have Katrina stopping by with her weekly parenting report. This one's about combating misinformation surrounding raising children.
Did someone say it's Friday?
Yes.
That means KIRO News Radio's Paul Holden will be here with your weekend planner.
It's 8:10 here on KIRO News Radio. King County Executive candidate Claudia Balducci is announcing a plan to fight retail theft after Kroger announced the local closures of 6 stores, both Fred Meyer's and QFC's. KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey has more from Ken.
King County Councilmember Claudia Balducci is calling for a permanent regional task force to combat retail theft.
I hear as a representative from small businesses, sheer theft that is going on. People coming in and taking inventory and leaving, and it is very hard on our businesses.
Balducci has the support of former King County Sheriff Sue Rahr, who says most of retail theft across the region is perpetrated by organized crime or people addicted to drugs who are working for organized crime. In Kent, Luke Ducey, KIRO News Radio.
And Balducci's challenger, Gurmai Zahilai, is proposing a region-wide public-private partnership to fight retail theft.
A disturbing story out of Snohomish where police say a 38-year-old man is accused of intentionally dropping a toddler off a second-story balcony. KIRO 7 TV's Monique Ming-Lavin says it happened last Saturday.
That child was hospitalized but not seriously injured and has been taken into protective custody. The man was booked into Snohomish County Jail for assault and reckless endangerment.
Another weekend full of road work affecting drivers all around King County. Here's KIRO 7 TV's Eric Thomas.
At various points this weekend, construction will affect State Route 99 in both directions, I-5 northbound in Tukwila and Fife, westbound State Route 18 in Auburn, and the I-405 southbound in Kirkland and Renton.
And that 405 roadwork will fully shut down the southbound lanes between State Route 900 to SR 169 all weekend.
It's now 8:12. It's going to be a hot weekend. Let's check the weather. It's brought to you by State Roofing and Exteriors. And here's KIRO 7's Nick Allard.
It is a pinpoint alert day for some heat today, and not just today, at least through Monday at this point. So count on it being warm in the upper 80s and low to mid 90s today, and then tomorrow, Seattle right around 90 both days this weekend, actually. And you'll find mid 90s in the South Sound and maybe even some mid 90s to triple digits in the Cascade foothills. It's just going to be hot everywhere. There may be a little haze, mainly elevated, though, especially especially on Saturday. It gets a little cooler Monday, but still in the upper 80s and lower 90s. And even right now, there's the potential for mid-80s on Tuesday. So the bottom line is you got a good 4 or 5 day stretch of some pretty hot weather. Overnight's going to be tough, so make sure you plan ahead for the heat, pinpoint alert conditions, and the heat advisory all weekend long.
Right now in Seattle, it's very pleasant. We have sunshine and 63.
At 8:13, we check traffic every 10 minutes on the threes here on Seattle's Morning News. Here's Sully.
And we did have the right lane blocked of northbound to 405 right at Southeast 8. State trooper now with the car, but the right lane has reopened. They're over on the shoulder, but that's the reason why it's kind of slow from Coal Creek Parkway over I-90. We have about a 35-minute trip from Renton to Bellevue, which isn't too bad, but it is kind of annoyingly slow for a Friday when the rest of the map is as light as it is. Behind that on the Valley Freeway, we're looking nice and easy from Puyallup to Renton, under 40 minutes. Still have a little slowing around the Tacoma Dome on southbound I-5, but it has gone from red to yellow, which means we're moving. There was a crash there that was briefly blocking. It's over on the left shoulder now on the other side of the HOV lane. So that backup is dissipated. Up to the trestle now, looks like we're dealing with a crash that's right before you get to the I-5 side of things at the Snohomish River. It's been impacting kind of both shoulders, so there's a lot of activity there. That's why you're backed up over to the east side. Add a couple of minutes to your drive. There's also a lot of sun glare in that area, so keep that in mind. Everett to Seattle, Everett to Bellevue, both of those drives are nice and easy, under 40 minutes as well. 18 looks pretty good. 16, no problems either. This report brought to you by the KIRO Radio Rundown. Text newsletter to 888-973-5476. Subscribe to get the daily KIRO News Radio Rundown and get the latest news and updates from your favorite shows straight to your inbox.
It's 8:14. An iconic comic book series is reportedly headed to the big screen, and KIRO News Radio's Katrina Gishard is here to tell us about it.
Archie, a beloved childhood franchise, is heading to theaters in a new project produced by the same team that made this song a certified hit.
Everything is awesome. Everything is cool when you're part of a team.
Of course, that's Everything is Awesome, which is from 2014's Lego Movie. And this won't be the first time Archie, Betty, Jughead, and Veronica are brought to life in live action. The CW hit series Riverdale wrapped up its 137th episode run back in 2023.
Katrina is awesome.
Oh,
thank you.
Thank you, guys.
It's 8:15.
Bringing you Seattle's morning news since 1974. This is KIRO News Radio.
Well, my co-host Charlie has 3 dogs. I have 3 dogs. So let's talk about dogs. We're dog lovers in Seattle. There is a place in Salem, Oregon, where more than 200 rescue animals are living their best lives. Many of them rescued from the Humane Societies of Tacoma and Skagit County. We're talking dogs, cats, horses, goats, even pigs. And it's all thanks to the Asher House Animal Sanctuary. The man behind it is Lee Asher. He's joining us on Seattle's Morning News to talk about the mission. Welcome to the show, Lee.
My pleasure, Amanda. Thank you so much for having me.
Okay, so I had a video on, one of your videos on in the newsroom yesterday, and a colleague walked by and said, oh, look at all those dogs. They are in heaven. Oh, wait, they're following that guy. They just follow him around? And that property, where is that, Ireland? It is so beautiful. So just tell us about the Asher House and the property itself and how y'all got started.
Yeah, thank you. It really is heaven. It's the most magical, I think it's the most magical place in the world, especially for animals. I started the Asher House in 2017. There was, for me, I thought there was not enough information. There was not enough footage or not enough voices for the amazing dogs waiting to get adopted at the shelters all across the country. I felt like a lot of people weren't physically going to animal shelters because they were afraid of them and they were too sad, and they thought that the only dogs that were going to be there were either really sick or really aggressive. And I just couldn't take it anymore. I spent most of my childhood and my entire adult life going to the shelter as much as I could, pretty much every single day. And I felt responsible to share these dogs' voices and to show how amazing they are. And in 2017, I really just couldn't take it anymore, and I quit my job. I bought an RV. I sold everything that I had. I had 6 dogs at the time. They joined me on this Asher House mission, which was to travel around the country in its entirety and go to as many shelters as possible and show people all of these amazing dogs waiting to get adopted. And that's what I did. I thought I was going to be on the road for 90 days. It ended up becoming my life's purpose, and I was on the road for a little over 2 years. We got over 500 dogs adopted, and then COVID happened. And when COVID happened, I really formed this belief system that nothing in life happens to us. It happens for us. Our darkest moments, the worst days of our life, no matter how painful, there's so much growth there and so much opportunity. And when COVID happened, I was, lost for just a moment, because here I had this amazing mission. My social media was following. We were getting dogs adopted, but I could no longer go to shelters or travel around the country. I even I eventually wound up with 11 dogs. So I started with 6. I adopted a few dogs along the way, and we went all over Canada. So I really, my purpose was just getting started. And when COVID happened, I, for a moment, thought it was the end. And I said, why is this happening to me? But it happened for me, and it happened for the animals, because it inspired me to get off the road and start the Asher House Animal Sanctuary, which I did in 2020. It was in Estacada, Oregon, on 25 acres. We quickly outgrew it. And just 3 years ago this month, we moved to Salem, Oregon, 240 acres, where now we have over 150 dogs. We have over 30 horses, pigs, goats, alpacas, really just building this childhood dream that I have to inspire people all over the world with one rescue at a time. And that's what we've been doing. And we're still babies in this. We're still learning. We're doing something that is not being done. There's no blueprint for it. It's just me, this crazy kid with a vision. And I've been able to bring in the best of the best people to help bring this vision to life. And I truly couldn't do it. Like you say that I'm this star that has this following. I'm really good at telling these animal stories. I love people. There's a lot of animal rescuers out there. They always say I hate people, but I love animals. And I have no hate in my heart. It takes people, good people, to save animals. And I want to bring these people together and grow this mission and hopefully get to a point where I can inspire others to use their money for what I use my money for, to buy land, to create sanctuaries, to give and to help others, And it's just the beginning, and I couldn't do it without this community, without people like you who tell our story. And I really think we're on to something that's just truly world-changing.
We're talking with Lee Asher of the Asher House in Salem. It is gorgeous. The animals are just thriving. Talk to me more about, in our limited time, talk to me more about the pack walks, because I think it's stunning to watch these dogs just follow you. Why do they respond to you the way they do? I've never seen anything like it.
It really is, and I feel incredibly grateful for that responsibility. The sanctuary really is a magical place. It's really interesting. If you watch these rescue videos, you can see not every dog, but not like 99% of the dogs that we get have severe behavioral issues, severe traumatic stories that have happened to them. And they come to the sanctuary and they feel the safety, they feel the peace. When I meet a dog, I get a lot of backlash for this because I hold the dog very tightly or I kiss the dog on the face, but nothing I do is to impress the audience. My priority is making that dog feel safe and loved. And sometimes it's these dogs or these animals' very first time being held like that, feeling love, feeling affection. And it's their very first time feeling safe. And once they do, they just don't want to leave my side. And when they see my relationship with the other dogs, they want more of that. And we become a very strong pack. And the dogs do a lot of work, right? The dogs are teaching the new dogs that I am safe, that the property is safe, that they can be themselves, they can run, they can be free, they can make mistakes.
We are just about out of time, but I do want to ask, can I come along next time you're in town for a rescue day?
Without question. I've had a few people join me, and it makes me so happy that they're able to see how authentic and beautiful that experience is, because you're walking through the shelters and you're seeing these dogs who have no idea why they're there, and they just want to be free, and you're able to be a part of that experience, and there truly is nothing like it. So I would love you to be a part of it. You have amazing energy. I think you're an awesome human being already, and you can come on as many as you'd like, Amanda, truly.
Before I let you go, I have to ask how you start most of your videos, because your light shines through. And you always say, go ahead.
I hope you have a beautiful day.
Hope you have a beautiful day. I hope you do too, and I hope we can chat again soon. If you'd like to help the Asher House, just go to theasherhouse.com.
Asherhouse.com. He's amazing.
Yeah, and so many listeners were saying during that segment, we'd love to do this.
Yeah.
So theasherhouse.com.
Lots of ways to help.
Okay, it's 8:23. Chris Sullivan is watching traffic for us.
And we are seeing things steadily improve across the board. We had a couple of different crashes over the last little bit, so we're kind of in recovery mode. One of the spots is on northbound 405 as we work our way up to Southeast 8th. Had a crash in the right lane, but it's now out of the way. Fortunately, the travel time not too bad. 35 minutes from Bellevue into, Renton into Bellevue. There is some southbound slowing on 405 as well as you work your way down towards 44th, but maybe just a minute or two lost there. That just appears to be volume. The clearing, we've cleared entirely through the Tacoma area, so not too bad, and then we're looking at Federal Way to Seattle of about 40 minutes. That's really decent. Across the lake, no problems. Still seeing the results of this crash on westbound Highway 2, the trestle there, right over to the I-5 side. We've got things over on the left-hand shoulder, so we're starting to see, a backup all the way to the other side, and also down 204. Everett to Seattle, Everett to Bellevue, both of those drives are doing really well at about 40 minutes or less, and we're looking at the lake bridges being nice and quiet. KIRO News Radio Real-Time Traffic, I'm Chris Sullivan.
Who's ready for another heat wave? It's going to be hot for several days. Heat advisories in effect through at least Monday. Sunny and 87 in Seattle today for Saturday and Sunday. Mostly sunny, around 90. Triple digits of possibility in the foothills. Then Monday will start to cool off just a little bit. 87, 86 on Tuesday. Right now it's sunny and 65 in Seattle.
All right, coming up on Seattle's Morning News, KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey is live in Federal Way, where investigators are still trying to figure out why a car in a neighborhood near Steel Lake exploded early this morning.
Also, in a world where algorithms shape beliefs, KIRO News Radio's Katrina Gashard explores how families are fighting back against misinformation.
You're listening to Seattle's Morning News.
This hour is brought to you by WaFd Bank.
I'm back.
It's the final test.
Tonight, Charbonnet is going to rip off a big run.
Before the real deal.
You kind of see the light at the end of the tunnel.
Jobs are on the line.
Who's in on the initial 53, who's on the initial practice squad.
It's off to historic Lambeau Field in Green Bay for the preseason finale. Seahawks, Packers, tomorrow. Pre-game at 11 a.m. with Steve Rabel on the call. Kickoff at 1 p.m.
The 12s hear the Hawks right here on KIRO News Radio on 97.3 FM.
Hey, Spike O'Neill here with Dr. Matthew Sharp, owner of Sharp Vision Modern LASIK and Lens. Dr. Sharp, I keep getting questions from our listeners. When's the right time to have this procedure? My eyes are changing. Should I wait until they're done changing?
Well, I always tell patients, do it now. Don't wait. Whatever age you are, and that's part of the mission of Sharp Vision, is that whatever age you are, whatever prescription you have, we try to find a procedure that works for you. When you're young, LASIK and PRK are great procedures. As we get older, the refractive lens exchange becomes more appealing because that can fix whatever glasses prescription, whether you're farsighted, nearsighted, or have astigmatism, and it fixes it permanently so you don't develop cataracts, and it allows you to see near without glasses.
Do what I did. Schedule a consultation to learn everything you need to know from the best Sharp Vision Modern LASIK and Lens. 425-451-2020 or go online to sharp-vision.com. That's sharp with an E-vision.com.
Summer is fast approaching, and it's a great time to get ready for the busy season with help from WaFd Bank. They offer services like Collect Early, which opens your cash flow for the things you need, like hiring summer staff or expanding your product line. Collect Early helps you get your invoices paid in hours, not weeks. What could your business do with more money? Take things to the next level with WaFd Bank and find bankers with the knowledge and services to meet your business goals. WaFd Bank, built for business. WaFdBank.com, member FDIC.
With football season comes cooler weather, so if you need new windows and doors, don't drop the ball. Steve Rabel here. Call on locally owned Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington to tackle your project. Their wide selection of windows and doors always beats the competition, and they'll give you top-notch customer service with no trick plays. Schedule a free consultation with Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Go to PellaPNW.com. That's PellaPNW.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
This fall, Seattle Symphony music director Shen Zhang begins her debut season at Benaroya Hall. On September 13th, Shen conducts Grieg Piano Concerto with pianist Simone Terpcheski for the symphony's opening night. On September 18th and 20th, Shen conducts the majestic Pictures at an Exhibition. On October 2nd, 4th, and 5th, Shen conducts Rachmaninoff's dramatic Second Symphony and Rhapsody on a Theme of Paganini. Ticket info at seattlesymphony.org.
Hey there, Dawn Riding with Olympic Hot Tub. It's our 48th birthday, and you get the gifts. Outstanding savings on saltwater hot spring spas, free Bluetooth music, and interest-free financing for 3 years. Plus, exciting savings on endless pool swim spas, saunas, and cold plunges. How's that for a birthday to remember? Ends August 24th. OlympicHotTub.com. Better you, better life.
Olympic Hot Tub.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with XFi Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
Care Partners Senior Living is growing. Amanda here. We are very excited to introduce our newest communities in Port Orchard, Sumner, and North Creek Bothell, bringing compassionate, quality care at an affordable price, closer to more of you. Visit carepartnersliving.com today.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Good morning. This is 8:31. The police in Federal Way still investigating what appears to be a car explosion at South 308th Street, just east of 20th Avenue South.
KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey is on the scene. Luke, what are you hearing from residents there?
I mean, this thing it blew up about 3:30 this morning, and it rocked the earth. Neighbors from a block away said that it felt like an earthquake. It was shaking them. And every time I get out of the car and I walk up here, and I'm looking at some other neighbors who are kind of arriving here at the scene, taking a look for the first time this morning, I just, every time, I'm like, oh, I can't believe what I'm looking at. There's a mangled, what was a car. It was a red car. And right now, it's like mangled metal on a frame. You can see the car frame, but there are car parts everywhere, and it blew up, not really out. And the reason I know that is because about 30 yards away, I'm looking at the roof of the car. It blew up, flew through the air, and landed in the middle of the street 30 yards away from the driveway where that car is. Again, car parts in neighbors' yards. There's a fence that's been blown out. There's damage to a house. Thankfully, nobody was hurt in any of this. Listen to this, though. One police officer here at the scene earlier, I was talking with him, just chatting, and he said, he was all the way in Dash Point, which is 5 miles away from this scene, and he heard that explosion, and then he heard the call, and he said, put two and two together, and he came here. But I also talked with a lot of neighbors, including Vicky. She came out of her house this morning. She heard it, of course. It woke her up in the middle of the night, but then she came out this morning and looked at the damage for the first time, and she hadn't seen it yet. And I said, well, come over here where you can see it standing next to me. And she did, and here is her very raw reaction. See the red car in the driveway?
Oh, yes.
See all the car parts?
Yeah, what happened?
It's an explosion.
Yeah.
You don't know what happened. What, did you hear it?
Oh, did we hear it? It was scarier than
So what caused all this? Well, we don't know. We're waiting for Federal Way Police to tell us. But, their speculation, was it drug related? Did someone have like butane in the car or propane? And did that go off and cause the explosion? Or was it someone had explosive material, making explosive devices in the car and that cooked off and blew up? Or was it something else entirely that we just don't know? There are going to be tests done at a crime lab. They've taken swabs. I do know that from someone who is close to the investigation here at the scene, someone who would know. That person was also chatting with me and only said this, that it's very similar to him. It brings back memories of another case in Federal Way from 2 years ago where a suspect was creating and making explosive devices and stored some material inside a car, and that material cooked off and caused a big explosion. But again, no official word what caused this here, but it certainly is a mess this morning. A lot of investigating to do. Live in Federal Way, Luke Ducey, KIRO News Radio.
Thank you, Luke. It is 8:34, and we head over to Sully as we check the roads. It's Friday morning.
And it's Friday light across the board, just a couple of exceptions. Those of you trying to get across the trestle, losing a couple of minutes. Westbound 2, we had a crash over on the Everett side of things. It's on the left shoulder, so just a couple of minutes. Once you get over to that, I-5 and 405 are in pretty good shape. Under 40 minutes for either one of those drives to get you down to Seattle or to Bellevue. Looking at northbound I-5, looking really good from Olympia all the way up to about the West Seattle Bridge. It's a really good drive there. Under 40 minutes again from Federal Way to Seattle, and under 40 from Puyallup to Renton. Renton to Bellevue's not too bad at about 30 minutes, maybe a little bit under. We do have a little bit of southbound slowing on 405 now, working your way from Cold Creek Parkway down through the construction zone, but the rest of the way down into Renton, not bad. This report brought to you by Subaru of Puyallup. Are you headed to work? Subaru of Puyallup Service Department opens at 5 a.m. 6 days a week. Expert technicians to care for your car. Subaru of Puyallup, your stress-free dealership.
It's going to be a beautiful weekend if you like it hot. Today, sunny and 87. Mostly sunny Saturday and Sunday with highs around 90. Could be in the triple digits away from the water out in the foothills. For Monday, mostly sunny, 87. The heat continues on Tuesday. Right now, it is lovely. We have sunshine and 65 in Seattle.
Seattle's morning news. Hear it live. Stream it online. Watch the show or catch the podcast anytime. Seattle's morning news, wherever you are.
Well, isn't this timely? It's 8:35 now. Katrina is here with her weekly parenting feature, and you dug into who can you trust for parenting advice. It's not easy, is it?
It's not. Parenting is hard, and then getting advice is just a whole other topic. So with social media overflowing with tips, hacks, and hot takes, how can moms and dads separate fact from fiction? CBS Mornings Plus tackled that question with best-selling author and parenting data expert Emily Oster, and she shared some strategies to help parents spot misinformation.
We know that false information gets amplified more than true information, so you're seeing a lot of false information. And then people are getting that information when they're not ready to process it. So it's coming right at them rather than them seeking it out, and that's not serving our critical thinking.
Another problem, a lot of the false information looks like good information. It may look like a person is a real expert, but the studies they're talking about are made up or simply flawed. This can be alarming, especially when it comes to health and child development advice online.
One of the things parents are constantly being served, here's a simple solution for a complex problem. If only you gave your kid this one supplement, their ADHD would be solved. And that causes parents to both think they're doing things wrong and also potentially to not seek out good information to solve the actual problems that they're having.
So her top tip, do not trust the viral posts. Check the source, look for evidence, and beware of influencers pushing personal agendas over science. And here are some red flags to look out for.
Look for credentials. That doesn't always help, but some people, if somebody's the head of the AAP, they have more credentials than someone who doesn't have any of those qualifications. I think the second thing is that people should be looking for, is this person offering something where if I give them money, there's an easy solution to a hard problem? That's not usually the way that solutions work.
Oster says an expert is not going to ask you to comment from their supplement brand. She encourages families to lean into credible research and stay skeptical of one-size-fits-all claims.
Usually you can look at the data, understand what it says, and then make a decision that's consistent with the values that your family has. And I think that putting those together is important, but you do need the best data. You're not going to make good decisions if the data you have is wrong.
And finally, when it comes to raising kids, she says good information is not just helpful, it's essential.
I think of families who are going through, let's say a child has ADHD, maybe it's autism spectrum disorder, whatever it happens to be, and parents are so desiring of the right information, and then you start getting all these information, these sources, and they're conflicting a lot of times. It is so hard being a parent.
It's tough because you're bombarded with everything, but one thing that is clear is looking for credible sources. And so you just need to do your homework. It's a lot of work, but I know it's all rooted in a good place for parents who want the best for their children.
It's been a struggle for my wife and I because TikTok has been such a useful tool before we had our child for recipes and, all sorts of things that you take people's personal experiences and then you implement them in your own life and you get kind of these fun hacks and recipes and things like that. And then you start to take some of the advice on parenting and you realize, every kid's different.
Yeah.
Every circumstance is different. You can't take it all as fact.
Okay. Katrina, thank you. Always love hearing your features Fridays here on Seattle's Morning News.
Thanks, guys.
It's 8:39. Sully, what's coming up in traffic?
We're going to take a look at the hottest spot on this Friday light, which is northbound I-5, getting past the West Seattle Bridge. We'll break it down for you next.
The G and Ursula Show.
Of course, we're talking about Sue Bird.
Weekdays 9 to noon.
Don Trudeau, the co-owner of the Seattle Storm.
In general, my favorite memory of Sue is just when she stands up for people, that don't necessarily have representation.
Are there any other statues of a woman in front of a stadium?
We are the first WNBA franchise.
Come on now.
To honor one of our players with a statue. Yes.
Watch live on YouTube and the KIRO Newsradio app.
It's summer, and there's no better time to protect your home with the help of the pros at Integrity Roofing and Construction. With years of experience in roofing and restoration, their skilled team delivers exceptional craftsmanship, whether it's a simple roof repair or a full renovation. Integrity offers free estimates, and their customer satisfaction speaks for itself. Don't wait until the next storm hits. Schedule your free estimate today. Call 206-202-ROOF or visit integrityrc.com. That's 206-202-ROOF or integrityrc.com.
We live in one of the most beautiful places on Earth, and owning your own deck is a great way to enjoy it. But finding the right decking solution can be overwhelming. That's why all 9 of our Puget Sound locations offer decking showrooms so you can get your hands and toes on the more than 60 decking options we carry. So if you have any questions about building, maintaining, or repairing your deck, contact me personally. Mike Dunn at DunnLumber.com.
Dunn Lumber, your decking headquarters since 1907.
Well, I'm here with my good buddy, Dr. Dan Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. And you've heard from Dr. Dan's patients over the years how a simple stem cell procedure has successfully conquered their pain. Well, folks, now it's my turn. After years of dealing with knee pain from all the football abuse, I can say my knee pain now is almost 100% gone. How'd you do it, Dr. Dan?
Well, Brock, personally, I'm very happy that you did so well. And your story is like so many of our other patients who come in, former athletes and non-athletes as well, who have come in with chronic knee pain and they are looking for alternatives besides knee replacement surgery. And we're happy to provide this service. It's been truly a game changer for so many folks. It's just been a pleasure to be part of this.
Consider Dr. Nelson, the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including stem cell therapy. I was in and out with a couple of follow-ups. It's a non-surgical solution to pain using your own stem cells. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD at 425-823-4000 or visit DanielNelsonMD.com. That's DanielNelsonMD.com.
Send off summer with the power of zero at Kendall Ford of Marysville. Get 0% APR, make zero down payment, and have zero payment for up to 90 days on select new Fords. Go electric and save an incredible $17,000 off MSRP on a new all-wheel drive 2024 Ford F-150 Lightning Pro Crew Cab. And get 0% APR. Save over $2,300 off MSRP on a new 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E Select. And get 0% APR. Save over $2,300 off MSRP on a new 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend 4x4. Check out the savings and stop by Kendall Ford of Marysville today. Kendall, let's start something great.
VIN number RWG 33493, SMA 24296, and SRE 72794. $2083 per month for $1,000 finance, subject to credit approval before credit. Interest will accrue during the deferred payment period. All factor rebates subject to change. Price does not include taxes, title, or license. A negotiable documentary service fee of up to $200 may be added to the sale price of the vehicle. Subject to prior sales, see dealer for details. Offer expires 9/2/25.
It's 8:43, and Chris Sullivan is watching traffic.
And on his Friday light, there are a couple of spots, a little heavy, but overall, travel times are still really good. If you're on northbound I-5, you won't really hit the brakes from Olympia until you're all the way up to the north end of Boeing Field. That's how light it is today. But once you get to the north end of Boeing Field through the Michigan curb up past the West Seattle Bridge, it's a little heavy. But about a 40-minute trip now from Federal Way to Seattle, with 25 of those minutes from South Center. Renton to Bellevue, also seeing the brake lights right in the heart of those S-curves, but overall, we're under a half an hour to go from Renton to Bellevue. And behind that, nice and easy on the Valley Freeway from end to end, no issues. And about a 35-minute trip. Olympia to Tacoma, as I said, only 30 minutes with no issues for you guys. There is some southbound slowing on 405 going from Coal Creek Parkway down through the construction zone. Doesn't really last long, maybe a minute or two. The Lake Bridges are quiet. The Everett to Seattle, Everett to Bellevue drives are both running under 40 minutes. And we still see some westbound slowing on the Trestle. Highway 2 there over towards the Everett side, been dealing with a crash on the left shoulder. What's really feeling the impact of that is southbound 204 out of Lake Stevens. Definitely seeing brake lights there that you probably didn't expect. KIRO Newsradio real-time traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
Our forecast, hot for several days now. Sunshine, 87 today. Will be around 90 for tomorrow and Sunday, mostly sunny. The sunshine continues into the first part of next week. Our heat advisory lasts through Monday, and it'll be about 87 on Monday. Right now, it's sunny and 65 in Seattle.
A big HBO Max show just dominated the Television Critics Association Awards, and Katrina has details.
It's a medical drama called The Pit, and it just made a clean sweep with 4 wins. The show won Program of the Year, Outstanding Achievement in Drama, Outstanding New Program, and Individual Achievement in Drama for star Noah Wiley.
Welcome to The Pit. Let's go save some lives.
Systolics only 80, 14 days.
Alex, you've lost a lot of blood. You need to go to surgery right away. I'm gonna die?
Not now that I'm here.
Easy.
I'm in.
Good, well done.
That was awesome.
Is it always this busy?
No, it gets a lot busier.
Season 2 is set to come out in January.
Okay, now I've watched the show. I like the show a lot.
You do?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's season 16 of ER.
Okay.
It's got the same actors,
Yeah.
the same creative people behind it. I love it. I loved ER, but
I gave it a shot. I only got about halfway through the first episode.
too intense for you?
Nah.
Too much blood?
It just seemed like ER to me.
Yeah, but didn't you like ER?
No.
Oh.
I didn't watch it.
Okay.
I did not like it. I just didn't watch it.
Okay. It was probably on too late for you, Amanda.
Of course.
Guess who's coming up? We have Paul Holden on the way.
Oh, it is Friday, isn't it?
Yeah. We'll talk to him. We want to let you know that the Seattle Seahawks regular season is approaching, and we want to send one of you and 3 friends to watch the Seahawks game on September 7th.
All you have to do is open the KIRO Newsradio app, click the Win tab to find out how, and if you don't have the app, just text APP to 888-973-5476. We'll send you a link. Enter daily to increase your chances to win. The contest runs through Monday, August 25th.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Open Phone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Open Phone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Open Phone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Open Phone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/try and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/try. openphone.com/TRY.
Yikey Wawa.
What?
My hot water.
Yeah?
Not so hot.
Water heater trouble?
It's not working.
We can fix that.
This week?
How about today?
Apollo Plumbing really is ready right now.
Especially when it comes to water heater replacement.
Think I need a new one?
Is it more than 10 years old?
It is.
Probably so.
Doesn't heat like it used to.
It runs out?
All the time.
That's a warning sign.
Uh-oh.
So are little leaks.
But Apollo can get me a new one?
Installed today by our clean screen trained and trusted plumbers. They're water heater experts.
But I probably got to pay a rush fee.
No extra charge.
You make this too easy.
We'll even haul off the old one.
A new water heater.
Same day. That's the Apollo Plumbing way.
This is going to get my budget in hot water.
Got you covered there too.
How?
Our available payment plans.
I don't have to wait?
Or take cold showers.
You are a lifesaver.
Call us this morning. You'll have hot water today.
That's the Apollo Plumbing way.
ApolloPlumbing.com.
Hey, college students, Safeway is giving you 5% off. That's right. Junior colleges, tech schools, universities. Just verify your student ID in the app. Unlock exclusive deals and shop on the app or in person. Better yet, subscribe to Fresh Pass to get free delivery and other special offers. Remember, if you use EBT, Fresh Pass is 50% off and you get savings on fresh produce. For all the details, visit Safeway.com/4U. That's Safeway.com/FOR and the letter U.
Hey, this is Pete from Home Matters. Tune in this weekend when we'll talk with local business owners about everything in and around your home. Join us on Saturdays from 2 to 3 right here on KIRO News Radio or listen to the podcast on mynorthwest.com.
Seattle's morning news. Hear it live, stream it online, watch the show, or catch the podcast anytime. Seattle's morning news, wherever you are.
I got a feeling
Yeah, me too.
that Paul Holden is here.
That's because it's Friday.
We are closing in on the final moments of a Friday edition of Seattle's Morning News.
All right, Paul is here with our weekend planner. Good morning, Paul.
Good morning. I'm bummed that my dance partner wasn't jamming with me today.
Well, David was.
Yeah, David was going crazy.
Okay, yeah,
that
but-
song got so overplayed, and then I covered the Olympics, and they played that everywhere in Vancouver.
Okay.
Oh, well, go pump it up.
Yeah, but anyway.
All right, well, let's get to some other music here.
It's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what?
What?
It's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday,
What? What's going on, Charlie, is plenty of fun this weekend. And I want to start with a event that the listener sent to us here. How do you guys do with hot sauce? Hot sauce.
As I get older, less and less.
Less and less? Amanda, what about you?
I'm kind of a medium sauce person.
David, I know you're quite the gourmand.
I like it if it adds to the flavor. Once it starts blasting out your taste buds, it's kind of like, why am I even eating this?
Well, you can try a bunch of hot sauces and enjoy all the fun that Mount Lake Terrace has to offer this weekend. It's the Get Sauced Festival, and not only exactly, so you can get sauced while staying completely sober, if you would like there. But so not only are they going to be showing off all of these hot sauces and all of these homemade goods, but it's just basically an event that's all about celebrating Mount Lake Terrace. So if you want to head over to the town center lots at West Plaza Marketplace, there's a couple of areas there, but that's going to be the general area from Saturday 10 to 4 here. And it's still an absolutely packed weekend of festivals, and I kind of wanted to go a little bit beyond Seattle. So a couple of these are a little far away. If you see the full list at mynorthwest.com, you might be like, what's this guy think? I'm going to drive all the way down here. But I thought this was really cool. Down in Long Beach, and I know that's far, the Washington State International Kite Festival is going on.
Oh, yeah.
And
That's a big deal.
Oh, yeah, it's so much fun.
Yeah, and so
much fun.
And it was really cool because I just saw like a couple of pictures, and it's just the beach, and there are just hundreds of kites in the sky, and they've been going throughout the week here. But they're all getting ready for the big celebrations this weekend. So there are professional kite flyers and stuff. So if you're looking for maybe a road trip, squeeze in that last little bit of summer.
Sully's probably been there for this,
Yeah,
right?
many times. In fact, my mother won at the I believe it was the first annual Kite Festival.
Wow.
Because she was the only one in her age bracket who showed up. That's how far it has grown.
A win is a win.
Absolutely.
It's a great time down there.
And perfect weekend with weather. It's going to be so hot here. Get down to the Long Beach Peninsula. Fantastic.
Exactly. So that's not all. Snoqualmie Days is Saturday. They're going to have train rides, model trains, live trains, also live music, but of course live trains there as well. Plus they got the parade. That's going down near the Northwest Railroad Museum. The Washington State Garlic Festival is going on in Centralia at the Southwest Washington Fairgrounds, and the Evergreen State Fair is underway in Monroe, and coming up the Monster Truck Show this weekend as well. So if you want to go out there. And right here in the city, though, the Festal program continues with the Sunyata Black Arts Festival. That's going to be at the Seattle Center throughout the weekend. Those are going to be free to attend as well. So if you want to check all those out, they are all free to attend. But like I said, some a little bit closer to the city, some a little bit far away. But squeeze in that last little bit of summer. We can't let it go we can't let it go yet. It's still our last full summer weekend before the holiday.
School starts in a week.
I know. I don't want to remind my kids. Where can we find out more, Paul?
MyNorthwest.com. We got a full list. And as always, if you know of something cool going on in your neighborhood, let me know at paulh@KIRORadio.com.
I really feel like the people at the Hot Sauce Festival missed something in Mount Lake Terrace because they got the Centralia Garlic Festival.
I was just thinking the same thing.
That would be a great matchup.
There's a gut buster for you.
There's got to be a big garlicky hot sauce, I'm sure. But check it all out at MyNorthwest.com.
All right, Paul. Thank you. Sully is watching the roads.
And we are looking at a pretty good drive. The most unusual braking we have now is on southbound 405, getting down through 44th. As you make your way down out of Factoria, out of Coal Creek Parkway, just a minute or two lost. It's just the volume through all the merging there, and then you go through the construction zone. Coming the other direction, Renton to Bellevue's running about a half an hour. Really not all that bad. There's a little bit of slowing over I-90, but it's manageable. Behind that on the Valley Freeway, nice and easy at about 35 minutes. You're really not going to hit the brakes at all from Olympia all the way up until you get to the north end of Boeing Field. It's a 40-minute trip from Federal Way to Seattle, so it's a pretty good drive there. The lake bridges are quiet. Coming down from the north end, a pretty good drive no matter where you're going. You got about 40 minutes from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue. Across the trestle, we're starting to see things get a little bit better now. We had a long-term crash that's still over on the left-hand shoulder as you get over toward the I-5 side of things, but other than that, it's not too bad. 204 is clearing out a little bit too. KIRO News Radio Real-Time Traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
Well, whatever you decide to do this weekend, make sure you find a way to stay cool. A heat advisory is now in effect through at least Monday. Sunshine 87 for today, will be up around 90 in Seattle for tomorrow and Sunday as well. Monday 87, still 86 on Tuesday. Lots of sunshine, but it's going to be hot. Right now in Seattle, sunny and 65.
Yeah, I was looking at this warning from the National Weather Service where I live, which is kind of the foothills area, or it becomes a foothills area.
Triple digits.
Yeah, extreme heat warning is what they have for Lake Tapps area. So yeah, you got to stay cool. Coming up on the G and Ursula show, it's a Fresh Friday, a new way to navigate SeaTac, which could save you a significant amount of time. G and Ursula talk about it coming up here on KIRO News Radio.
KIRO FM and HD1 Tacoma, Seattle.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
You hear that? That's Mike sleeping soundly on a Sunday night. That's because Mike was smart this time. He took ZzzQuil Ultra to fall asleep fast, stay asleep longer, and get the deeply restorative sleep he needs. So now he wakes up refreshed and ready to conquer Mondays.
Let's do this Monday.
ZzzQuil Ultra. Not for colds, just for sleep. Really great sleep. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
KIRO News Radio is right there with you.
A big story developing this morning.
On your smart speaker before you head out the door.
We get the latest live from KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey.
Huge impacts for Boeing and Boeing workers.
The office, the gym, anywhere.
Water, like taxes, goes all the way down to the bottom, so it'll either come out of the employee's paycheck or the lack of raise.
KIRO News Radio. We're on YouTube, our app, your smart speaker, and 97.3 FM.
Welcome to this week's Puget Sound Express Whale Report. Another amazing week of whale sightings in the Salish Sea, according to naturalists from Puget Sound Express. The T65A family of Biggs orcas spent much of last week in Hood Canal. They are the only family that regularly visits Hood Canal. Other families seem to have their own special hunting areas, including the T109A family, which often visits Port Angeles Harbor. Researchers believe that orcas can recognize coastlines and other features, but we're still learning why orcapods prefer some areas to others. Family-run Puget Sound Express offers daily guaranteed whale-watching tours departing from Edmonds. These half-day tours are Seattle's most popular and well-reviewed whale tours. Biggs orcas, humpback whales, and minke whales are currently being seen in the Salish Sea. Don't miss out on your chance to see whales in the wild. Family-run Puget Sound Express guarantees you'll see whales or your next trip is absolutely free. Book online at PugetSoundExpress.com.
If your closets are bursting at the seams like the Curley household, it's time to call the pros at Closets by Design Seattle. Every job is completely custom. Free in-home design consultation. Right now, they're offering big savings up to 40% off, plus an additional 15% off with 18 months financing and free installation. You're getting the quality and backing of a national brand, but with friendly local Seattle service.